They didn't just command fleets, they rewrote the future of war. From cannon-blasted sails to nuclear-powered silence, from hand-sketched maps to guided missile systems, these are the titans who turned steel and saltwater into raw, unstoppable force. But out of 2.5 centuries of seaborne supremacy, one name sails above the rest. This is not just a story of admirals. It's a story of obsession, audacity, and ocean-shaking command. Welcome to the hunt for the greatest American admiral in history, and it's going to get ruthless. Chester W. Nimitz. The Pacific Ocean is a monster. It devours timelines, stretches supply lines like taffy, and reduces navies to lonely specks on a map the size of a planet. When the Japanese Empire stormed across that monster in 1941, smashing Pearl Harbor and tearing open an empire of its own, the United States needed someone who could fight the abyss and win. That someone was Chester William Nimitz. He did not look like the warlord of the sea. Nimitz was the opposite of a headline. Stoic, steel-eyed, and famously restrained, he lacked the volcanic fury of a Patton, the barbed glare of a MacArthur, or the fiery rhetoric of Churchill. But when the oceans boiled with war, it was Nimitz who played God with battleships, carriers, and whole fleets. Appointed Commander-in-Chief, U.S. Pacific Fleet, just days after the smoldering wreckage of Pearl Harbor, Nimitz walked onto Ford Island, like a man greeting a ghost. The harbor was filled with smoke and sunken metal. His first official act? Signing in with a pen borrowed from a yeoman, because everything else was in ruins. That small detail would become the Nimitz way. No ceremony, just resolve. The task before him was mythic in scale. The Pacific was not just a war theater, it was a continent. Sized chessboard scattered with volcanoes, jungle, cloaked islands, and hostile waters stretching from Hawaii to Tokyo. And on every corner of that board, the Japanese Empire had planted a flag and dared the world to move it. Nimitz didn't blink. He understood something few others did at the time. The war in the Pacific would be decided not by armies, but by fleet carriers, submarines, and the projection of force across blue nothingness. He rewrote naval warfare with a pen made of radar, code-breaking, and air power. In place of battleships, he raised aircraft carriers as the queens of the sea. In place of brute force, he embraced intelligence literally. Because behind the curtain of Nimitz's calm, there was magic at work. It was called Station Hypo, and it was cracking Japan's naval codes. Armed with this invisible dagger, Nimitz laid a trap that would become the most cinematic naval victory in history, Midway. In June 1942, 6 months after Pearl Harbor, the Japanese sailed with 4 fleet carriers to smash what remained of American naval power. What they didn't know was that Nimitz had read their script. He placed his own ambush near Midway Atoll, with 3 U.S. carriers waiting in the fog. The battle was thunder and fire torpedoes skipped like stones. Dive bombers screamed from the sun, and in 5 minutes of precision violence, 3 Japanese carriers were turned into flaming reefs. By the time the ocean stopped burning, the tide of the war had turned. It wasn't just a victory, it was a resurrection. The United States Navy, humiliated and bloodied at Pearl Harbor, had returned. And Chester Nimitz, the quiet admiral with the borrowed pen, had become the architect of that comeback. From there, it was war by geometry. The island-hopping strategy wasn't invented by Nimitz, but it was perfected under his watch. Skipping heavily fortified islands and seizing strategic ones instead, he orchestrated a slow but relentless crawl toward Japan. His forces would seize the Gilberts, the Marshalls, the Mariana Sand. Each one brought the empire closer to his grasp. And unlike some commanders who craved the spotlight, Nimitz stayed in the shadows of his command rooms, his war maps lit like altars, his decisions etched into the tides. He had a gift for delegation, empowering aggressive commanders like Bull, Halsey, and Raymond Spruance to take the fight forward. When Halsey thundered into battle with all the subtlety of a hurricane, Nimitz let him. When Spruance played the cool tactician at Philippine Sea, Nimitz backed him too. It was chess, but with aircraft carriers for rooks and air wings for pawns. Behind the scenes, he also waged a quieter warren of logistics, because no admiral, no matter how brilliant, can win a war with empty tanks and hungry sailors. Nimitz was obsessive about resupply, engineering, floating gas stations, mobile repair units, and entire harbor cities that moved with the fleet. His Pacific wasn't just a battlefield, it was a factory on water. By late 1944, Nimitz had turned the Pacific into a death trap for the Japanese Navy. At the Battle of the Philippine Sea, his forces unleashed what would be forever known as the Great Marianas Turkey Shoot. Japanese pilots undertrained, underexperienced, and outnumbered were slaughtered in the skies. Nearly 600 enemy aircraft were destroyed. It was less a battle than an aerial apocalypse. Still, Nimitz kept his calm. Always calm. He was the eye of a hurricane that spanned 10 million square miles. But the Pacific War was never just about oceans and islands. It ended, as all apocalyptic stories do, in fire. As U.S. forces neared Japan, Nimitz found himself sharing space with a very different kind of commander. General Douglas MacArthur, king of press releases, conqueror of the Philippines, and poster boy for ego-fueled drama. The two men could not have been more different. Nimitz was quiet, calculated, and governed by logistics and strategy. MacArthur was loud, bombastic, and governed by ego and myth. Together, they formed the strangest two-headed dragon in American military history. While MacArthur planned the return to Luzon, Nimitz drove the central push through Iwo Jima and Okinawa, carving a path of blood straight toward Japan's home islands. It all led to an impossible question: invasion or obliteration? The bombs dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki ended that debate in a radioactive flash. When the Empire of Japan surrendered in August 1945, it was aboard the USS Missouri anchored not by chance, but because Nimitz put it there. He signed the surrender document with the same firm hand he used to command fleets and coordinate battles that shaped the modern world. And then, just like that, he faded from history's spotlight. There were no parades, no declarations, no speeches laced with megalomania. Just a man, his fleet, and the largest body of water on Earth now silent behind him. Chester W. Nimitz died in 1966. He never wrote a self-congratulatory memoir. He never sought the fame he'd earned 100 times over. But his legacy is carved into every U.S. aircraft carrier that sails today, every command room that plots an invisible war across blue horizons, and every whisper of strategy in every navy that ever studied how to win an ocean. He was the admiral who made the Pacific winnable, the man who fought a 63 million square mile battlefield with silence, steel, and codebreakers. He played chess with Empire's sand, checkmated the rising Sunday. And yet, if the Pacific was Nimitz's stage, then the next figure in our story was the one standing behind the curtain, pulling strings not just in fleets, but in the very heart of the White House. Understood. Here's the next full segment, written to meet the required minimum length and tone. William D. Leahy. There are men who command fleets, and then there are men who command the fleets. William Daniel Leahy did not charge into enemy fire. He did not lead daring night raids or bark orders from the bridge of a battleship as shells whistled overhead. His war had no smoke, no blood, no roaring engines on the open sea. Leahy's battlefield was quieter carpeted, furnished, and just a few feet from the Oval Office. But make no mistake, Leahy's war was just as decisive. He was the first man in American history to hold the title Fleet Admiral, ranked above even the Chief of Naval Operations. And from 1942 to 1949, he was Chief of Staff to the Commander-in-Chief, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, and then Harry S. Truman. That made him the highest-ranking U.S. military officer of World War II, the shadow commander of America's war machine. In a world where generals sparred with egos and admirals launched fleets the size of nations, William Leahy operated like a silent conductor. He coordinated everything: Navy, Army, Air Force, domestic command, and global war zones. His authority was as invisible as it was absolute. If the military-industrial complex had a beating heart, William Leahy was it. Born in 1875 in Hampton, Iowa, Leahy grew up in a nation still nursing the wounds of its own Civil War. By the time he entered the U.S. Naval Academy in 1893, the United States was just beginning to build the steel navy that would later dominate the seas. He cut his teeth, not in the cockpit of war, but in the slow grind of decades-long service-arising through the ranks with the slow, grinding inevitability of a glacier. By the First World War, he was already a veteran officer. By the 1930s, he had become Chief of Naval Operations, but his rise wasn't explosive, it was methodical. Where some men sprinted to fame, Leahy climbed quietly, persistently, without ever drawing too much attention to himself. His loyalty to the chain of command was total, his work ethic relentless. He was a man built for a crisis, but always just before the crisis broke. Then came Franklin D. Roosevelt. The two men had known each other for years. Roosevelt had served as Assistant Secretary of the Navy during World War I, while Leahy served as a fleet commander. They were cut from similar cloth, cautious, deliberate, deeply strategic. Roosevelt didn't want another firebrand in uniform. He wanted a shadow, a strategist, a man who would give advice, not headlines. So, in 1939, FDR appointed Leahy as governor of Puerto Rico. It was more than a post, it was a trust exercise. Leahy administered the island with a careful, measured hand, proving himself a capable civilian leader, but the real mission was yet to come. In July 1942, with the entire globe on fire, Roosevelt made his move. He summoned Leahy to the White House not to lead a fleet, but to lead them all. The new position was simple in title, yet massive in consequence. Chief of Staff to the Commander, in Chief. That meant he reported directly to the President. No one else stood above him. He was the filter, the gatekeeper, the ultimate coordinator between land, sea, and air power. And so, with no tanks under his command, no destroyers at his beck and call, and no bomber wings circling overhead, William D. Leahy became the most powerful military man in America. He set up shop a few paces from the President. His role wasn't to command units, but to command strategy. In a war that stretched across 2 oceans, multiple continents, and dozens of national alliances, chaos was a constant threat. Rivalries festered, generals squabbled, information blurred into noise. It was Leahy who made the signal clear. He chaired the Joint Chiefs of Staff. He attended every high-level meeting, every Allied planning session, every moment where the arc of the war bent left or right. When FDR met with Churchill and Stalin at Tehran and Yalta, Leahy was there. When the U.S. crafted the sequence of invasions: North Africa, Italy, Normandy, the Pacific push, Leahy was in the room, making the maps align. But for all his rank, Leahy did not thunder. He didn't shout or posture. His influence came not from force, but from presence. Generals and admirals respected him because he never made it about himself. He managed personalities like Eisenhower, Marshall, MacArthur, and King without turning the war room into a boxing ring. That in itself was an act of genius. Consider what he managed. General George Marshall, architect of Europe's war strategy, brilliant but reserved. Admiral Ernest King, a man so blunt and irascible he was once described as someone who hated everybody. General Douglas MacArthur, dramatic, flamboyant, and always one photo op away from a meltdown. And yet Leahy calm, stony-faced Leahy kept them all aligned. He was the human gyroscope of the American war machine. And in that position, he became one of the few people on Earth to know everything. He was one of the first to be briefed on the Manhattan Project. He attended secret meetings in Los Alamos and Oak Ridge. He helped determine the shape of post-war military strategy, laying groundwork for what would become the National Security Council and unified command structures. When FDR passed away in April 1945, Leahy didn't miss a step. Truman retained him immediately, understanding that wars weren't won just on battlefields, but in the spaces between. His presence during the final year of the war was vital. As the European front collapsed and Berlin fell, Leahy began pivoting all attention to the Pacific. The coordination of Operation Downfall, the planned invasion of Japan was underway, and then history blinked. August 1945, Hiroshima, Nagasaki. Leahy, ever the skeptic, had advised caution about the atomic bomb. His concern was practical, not political. He feared what the precedent would mean for humanity and doubted Japan's collapse would require nuclear fire. But, as always, he executed the decision that was made. Because that was his creed. He wasn't a philosopher. He was a staff officer. After the war, Leahy became a relic before his time. The world was splitting into Cold War camps, watching nuclear mushroom clouds, shadow diplomacy, and racing into a jet-powered arms race. Leahy, born in the age of ironclads, suddenly found himself surrounded by computers, intercontinental bombers, and guided missiles. Yet Truman kept him. Until 1949, William D. Leahy remained the president's closest military advisor, shaping America's defense structure for the atomic age. He oversaw the formation of NATO, the early stirrings of the Korean conflict, and the post-war division of military powers that still define the Pentagon today. Then, after 50 years of service, Leahy retired, quietly, as always. No victory parade, no firework-laced farewell. Just a man stepping away from the center of the most powerful war machine in human history, having steered it from silence. He died in 1959, aged 84. There are few monuments in his name, no blockbuster films, no thunderous speeches quoted on national holidays. His grave at Arlington bears the simple title, Fleet Admiral. But make no mistake, his fingerprints are everywhere. He was the quiet godfather of Allied strategy, the man who connected Roosevelt's vision to the general's plans, the organizer of the greatest military coalition in history. He saw the war from a God's eye view, and never once tried to make it about himself. No battlefield will ever carry his name, but every battlefield he touched became a victory. And yet, for all his mastery over plans and personalities, Leahy was still a man of paper, pencil, and persuasion. The next figure in our story preferred action. Pure, unfiltered, naval aggression. The man who wielded the Pacific Fleet like a broadsword and never once apologized for the scars he left behind. Ernest J. King. Ernest Joseph King didn't smile. That's not hyperbole, it's practically doctrine. He was once described as having a permanent sneer and eyes that could reduce steel to scrap. To meet King was to understand that war, for some men, wasn't just a job, it was a crucible. And King? He liked the fire. If William D. Leahy was the strategist behind the curtain, King was the man who kicked the curtain down, threw a cigar on the map, and demanded to know why we weren't winning faster. He was the U.S. Navy's Chief of Naval Operations and Commander-in-Chief, United States Fleet, both titles held simultaneously. No one else in U.S. history has held both. That made him, quite literally, the top sailor in the sea. And when World War II broke out, the top sailor was pissed off. Pearl Harbor changed everything. But for King, it didn't just ignite a war. It awakened something feral. In a room full of outraged admirals, King stood apart, not more emotional, but more focused. As others processed the catastrophe, King mapped the counterattack. His version of grief was a strategy memo with words like decisive action and maximum force. Appointed by Roosevelt just days after the attack, King wasn't brought in to play nice. He was brought in to win, and not just win, but dominate. His mission wasn't diplomacy, it was annihilation. Submarines, carriers, convoy systems, logistics, she wanted them all, bigger and faster. His orders were unambiguous: hit hard, hit everywhere, and never ever explain yourself to anyone who wasn't wearing a uniform. To understand King, you have to understand his brutality. Not in terms of cruelty, though he had little patience for weakness, but in terms of absolute, unwavering aggression. He believed in offensive warfare, total commitment, and centralized control. His mantra, when in doubt, attack. That philosophy applied to enemies and colleagues. He clashed with everyone. Douglas MacArthur called him the most disagreeable man I ever met. British officers complained he acted like the Royal Navy was obsolete. Even his fellow American admirals bristled under his command. But Roosevelt didn't care. He needed someone who could turn ships into sharks, and King didn't just fit the mold, broke it. King's background was tailor-made for war. Born in Lorain, Ohio, in 1878, he was a product of the American heartland and the Naval Academy. His early service saw him climb steadily through the ranks. Destroyers, battleships, submarines, staff positions. He mastered every aspect of Sea Command before anyone realized that Sea Command would become the linchpin of global warfare. When the U.S. entered the war, King immediately reorganized the Navy. He pushed for unrestricted submarine warfare in the Atlantic and the Pacific. He demanded more carriers, more convoy escorts, and faster shipbuilding timetables. He wasn't just fighting the Axis, he was fighting time. In the Atlantic, King took the U-boat threat personally. German submarines had turned the East Coast into a killing field. Merchant ships were torpedoed within sight of American beaches. King's response? The most aggressive convoy system in naval history. Within months, the tide began to turn. U-boat wolf packs found themselves hunted. The hunters had become the hunted. King had no interest in PR victories. He didn't care about public perception. While newspapers obsessed over the Battle of Midway, King was already 5 campaigns ahead. He met with shipbuilders, planners, and strategists with the demeanor of a man late for war. He wanted convoys across the Atlantic, task forces across the Pacific, and a global navy that could hold 2 oceans at once. It worked. By 1943, King had helped transform the U.S. Navy from a respectable maritime force into a world-dominating leviathan. Battleships were eclipsed by carriers. Convoy escorts outpaced torpedoes. Submarines sank Japanese shipping with surgical precision. The Navy had become a weaponized supply chain, a conveyor belt of death that spanned hemispheres. But it wasn't just strategy that defined him, it was his presence. King dressed with military austerity. He scowled as a default setting. He was known for barking out orders in clipped sentences, expecting no discussion and tolerating no delay. When confronted with problems, his response was often a brutal mix of sarcasm and imperatives. A junior officer once asked him to approve a request. King looked up and said, "If you had to ask me, then you already knew it was dumb." He had no patience for bureaucracy. If a decision was needed, he made it. If a superior objected, he ignored them. If a subordinate hesitated, they were gone. King believed the war could be lost in the space between indecision and action, so he eliminated the space. His influence in the Pacific War was profound. While Nimitz ran the operational show across the Central Pacific, King orchestrated the symphony from Washington. He coordinated with Admiral Halsey, directed the submarine campaign, and kept pressure on MacArthur's flank in the Southwest. It was King who maintained the momentum. He was also one of the few commanders who understood the war in both oceans equally. While most military leaders specialized in one theater, King kept his claws in both Europe and the Atlantic, Asia and the Pacific. Logistics, strategy, command structures, he treated them as one interconnected organism. And when the Allies began planning the final phase of the war, King was there. Operation Overlord, the day invasion of Normandy, required massive naval coordination. King ensured the landing crafts, escorts, and supply chains functioned with merciless efficiency. Meanwhile, in the Pacific, he accelerated the tempo. More ships, more landings, less time for the enemy to react. He understood that victory was velocity. The faster you move, the fewer chances you give your enemy to breathe. By 1945, the Navy under King was a monster. It had more tonnage than all other navies combined. It operated on more coasts than any empire in history. It projected power from the Arctic to the Coral Sea. But it came at a cost. King drove his staff into the ground. He demanded 20-hour workdays. He scoffed at fatigue and mocked those who asked for rest. In his world, exhaustion wasn't an excuse, it was a weakness. And he never once apologized for it. Even Roosevelt, who had initially appointed King with some hesitation, came to respect the man's results. The president once quipped that King shaves with a blowtorch. But he also never removed him, because results talk. After the surrender of Japan in August 1945, King returned to a nation on the brink of peacetime. He had won the war, but peace bored him. He stayed on as CNO until 1946, then retired quietly. He wrote memoirs, consulted occasionally, but mostly receded from public life. He died in 1956. No state funeral, no grand documentary, just a few lines in the papers and a passing salute from a navy that still carried his DNA. King didn't care. He didn't want statues. He wanted victories. And he got them. If Nimitz was the sea's grandmaster and Leahy its unseen hand, King was its iron fist. He demanded a two-ocean navy and built it. He demanded total naval dominance and achieved it. He took a navy sucker-punched at Pearl Harbor and turned it into the most powerful maritime force in history. When you think of World War II, think of the carriers, the convoys, the submarines, the fleets that split oceans like spears and delivered American force to every enemy shoreline. All of that? King made it happen. But while King ruled the sea like a blunt instrument, our next figure danced across it like a daredevil with a smoking gun. He was loud, he was theatrical. He didn't just fight the Japanese, he chased them. This was the admiral who made headlines, who turned battles into spectacles, and who carved his nickname into history with bombs, bravado, and blood. William F. Bull. Halsey Jr. There are admirals who strategize. There are admirals who command. And then there's William Frederick Halsey Jr., the admiral who charged. The man who made the sea hiss and crackle with the voltage of pure, undiluted aggression. In a war of cold calculations and cautious logistics, Halsey was the fire alarm. He didn't just dared the enemy to blink. They called him Bull, not as a metaphor, as a warning. And when Bull Halsey entered the Pacific War, the entire ocean tilted. Born in Elizabeth, New Jersey, in 1882, Halsey was a sailor by blood. His father was a naval officer. His grandfather was a Civil War veteran. By the time young William entered the Naval Academy in 1900, the age of sails was gasping its last breath, and the era of steel warships was roaring to life. Halsey embraced it. He was fast, fiery, and laser-focused on combat. He raced through the early decades of the 20th century like a torpedo. World War I taught him torpedoes and destroyer warfare. The interwar years taught him aviation, and by the time World War II thundered into existence, Halsey had become something new, an aircraft carrier evangelist. When others clung to the battleship like a sacred relic, Halsey looked to the skies. He earned his wings at 52, unheard of, even then, and took to aviation like a man chasing the future. He didn't just fly, he believed. He saw the carrier not as a support ship, but as the tip of the spear. So when the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor on the 7th of December, 1941, Halsey was already at sea with his carrier task force, delivering aircraft to Wake Island. He escaped the carnage, but he didn't forgive it. His response to the attack was immediate, seething, and memorably profane. "Before we're through with them," he growled, "the Japanese language will be spoken only in hell." That wasn't bluster. That was a promise. Halsey's style was speed and shock. He believed in rapid, aggressive strikes. Hit them first. Hit them hard. Hit them again. His early raids against the Gilbert and Marshall Islands in early 1942 were small, but symbolically nuclear. They shattered the illusion of Japanese invincibility. Halsey was proving that America could reach across the Pacific and slap back. Then came the Doolittle Raid. It was April 1942. Morale was low. Tokyo seemed untouchable. Halsey, commanding the USS Hornet and USS Enterprise, sailed deep into enemy waters and launched 16 B-25 bombers toward the Japanese capital. The strike caused minimal physical damage, but the psychological impact detonated like a bomb. The Japanese high command panicked. They rushed to extend their eastern defenses. That panic led them straight into the jaws of Midway. Halsey, sick with a skin condition, missed the battle, but his aggressive spirit hovered over it like a storm cloud. His replacement, Admiral Raymond Spruance, inherited his task force and followed his bold example, leading to the most decisive carrier battle in history. When Halsey returned to active duty, it was like uncaging a hurricane. In 1943, he was given command of the South Pacific area. His job: coordinate the next major phase of the Allied offensive, especially the campaign in the Solomon Islands. His stage: Guadalcanal. Guadalcanal was not a battle. It was a meat grinder. Halsey arrived into chaos. The Army and Navy were squabbling. Supply lines were strangled. Morale was crumbling. The Japanese were pushing hard. Into this storm walked Bull Halsey, and everything changed. He reorganized the command structure, boosted morale with personal visits, and turned the campaign from survival to supremacy. He didn't just issue orders from a desk. He landed on islands. He spoke directly to soldiers and sailors. He cursed like a battleship gun and radiated so much energy that even hardened Marines stood straighter. Halsey made them believe that victory was possible, and that anyone who doubted it should get out of his way. The Guadalcanal campaign slowly, painfully, turned in the Allies' favor. Halsey's coordination of naval and air power, combined with relentless pressure on Japanese logistics, ground the enemy into retreat. The Solomon Islands were retaken, one brutal mile at a time. And that was just the warm-up. In 1944, Halsey was placed in command of the U.S. 3rd Fleet, half of the dual-pronged naval advance toward Japan, alongside Admiral Spruance's 5th Fleet. The two commanders alternated offensives: Spruance, cautious, calculating; Halsey, kinetic, explosive. They were perfect opposites, and the Navy needed both. But when Halsey took the helm, the Pacific boiled. He slammed into the Philippines with the force of an earthquake. Carrier strikes, surface bombardments, amphibious landing she's campaign lit up the sea like a chain of fireworks. It all built toward one colossal clash: the Battle of Leyte Gulf. Leyte Gulf wasn't a battle. It was an oceanic supernova, the largest naval engagement in human history. 4 major battles, over 200,000 sailors, hundreds of ships and aircraft. The Japanese Navy launched its full might in a last, desperate attempt to crush the Allied invasion of the Philippines. Halsey, commanding the Third Fleet, was tasked with guarding the northern approach, but he saw an opportunity: Japanese carriers to the north, seemingly vulnerable, and Halsey couldn't resist. He took the bait. In one of the most controversial moves of the war, Halsey abandoned his post to chase the carriers, leaving the San Bernardino Strait unguarded. The Japanese Central Force sailed through and attacked the American landing forces at Samar. What followed was chaos and heroism. A small group of U.S. escort carriers, destroyers, and destroyer escorts Taffy III fought like wolves. They launched desperate attacks against battleships many times their size. They bought enough time for reinforcements to arrive. The Japanese, stunned by the ferocity of the resistance, eventually withdrew. Halsey's decision was harshly criticized. Some argued he endangered the entire invasion, but others defended him, pointing to the fact that he had nearly obliterated the Japanese carrier force. Leyte Gulf ended in a catastrophic defeat for Japan. Their navy was broken, their carriers were gone, their battleships scattered. Halsey returned to port with mixed reviews, but undeniable results. He kept pushing forward. Carrier raids on Taiwan, Okinawa, and the Japanese home islands followed. His fleet was a floating city of death, capable of launching thousands of aircraft sorties per day. Halsey's command had become a rolling apocalypse. But even he wasn't invincible. In December 1944, Halsey sailed his fleet into Typhoon Cobra, a massive tropical storm. 3 destroyers sank. Nearly 800 men were lost. Halsey was blamed for underestimating the storm's power and failing to maneuver in time. A court of inquiry criticized his judgment, but he was not relieved. Then, in June 1945, it happened again. Typhoon Connie battered the fleet. More ships were damaged. More questions arose. Halsey didn't flinch. He accepted responsibility, but never apologized for being aggressive. War, he believed, was a storm. Sometimes you had to sail into it. When Japan surrendered in August 1945, Halsey's fleet was anchored in Tokyo Bay. It was his ships that framed the ceremony aboard the USS Missouri. His guns, silent now, watched as history signed itself into peace. He returned home a legend. Promoted to Fleet Admiral, the Navy's highest rank, had become a household name. Children knew his nickname. Reporters loved his quotes. Sailors worshipped him. He had become, in many ways, the spirit of the war at sea. But the war had changed him. He retired in 1947, restless and unsatisfied. The peace felt too quiet, the politics too petty. The Navy, now a peacetime bureaucracy, no longer had room for torpedoes shaped like men. Halsey wrote, spoke, and consulted, but never again held command. He died in 1959, at age 76, buried at Arlington, remembered not for perfection, but for power. Halsey was not a chess player. He was a sledgehammer. He believed war was won by those who hit hardest, longest, and loudest. He made mistakes, big ones, but he also won, and he made sure everyone knew it. He was the hammer in America's Pacific arsenal, the fleet that roared, the admiral who turned war into momentum. And yet, while Halsey stormed the seas with fire and fury, the next man in our story played a different gamut of silence, calculation, and chilling precision. His name whispered across the waves of Midway, where carriers danced and fate cracked wide open. David G. Farragut. Before there were carriers, before radar, before torpedoes darted beneath the sea like metal sharks, before even steel, there was wood, canvas, iron balls fired from bronze muzzles. And there was David Glasgow Farragut cutting through it all with smoke in his lungs and war in his blood. He was the U.S. Navy's first full admiral, Not a title given lightly, not a title given at all until they had him. Farragut earned it with blood, fire, and the kind of nerve that turned wooden ships into legends. His name is seared into the American Civil War like a cannon blast. His voice booming across the decks at Mobile Bay gave history one of its most immortal commands: "Damn the torpedoes! Full speed ahead!" But this is not just the story of a quote. This is the story of the man who became the template, the one who dragged the Navy, and in some ways the very idea of naval warfare, from the age of sail into something far deadlier. Let's begin, not in glory, but in hardship. Farragut was born in 1801, in Tennessee, the edge of a nation still trying to figure out what it was. His father was a Spanish immigrant and a veteran of the Revolutionary War. When Farragut was only 9, he was adopted by Naval Officer David Porter Sr. That one act set his course like a compass dropped in ink. At 10 years old, he became a midshipman. Not a cabin boy. Not a mascot. A uniformed commissioned officer in the United States Navy. His first taste of war came before puberty. The War of 1812. He served under Porter aboard the USS Essex, a heavy frigate-turned-predator of the Pacific. Farragut saw combat in the Pacific raids on British whalers. At age 12, he helped capture an enemy vessel. By 14, he was a veteran of sea battle and prisoner exchange. Childhood wasn't something Farragut experienced. War was. He rose through the ranks in the slow, grinding way that 19th-century naval officers did. Decades of patrols, skirmishes, and administrative duties shaped him like tide-carved stone. He fought pirates in the Caribbean. He served in the Mexican-American War. He helped modernize the fleet. And through it all, he remained the same, measured, loyal, and impossibly calm in the teeth of the storm. Then came 1861. The United States fractured. Brother fought brother. And the Navy, already small, underfunded, and split by geography, suddenly had to pick sides. Farragut, born in the South, living in Norfolk, Virginia, was watched closely. Would he follow his birthplace or his flag? He didn't hesitate. Farragut declared for the Union, moved north, and made his loyalties unequivocal. He wasn't fighting for a region. He was fighting for the Navy, for the Constitution, and for the survival of the country itself. That loyalty would be tested and immortalized on the blood-slick waters of the Mississippi River. In 1862, Farragut was given command of the West Gulf blockading squadron. His mission, strangle the Confederacy by sea. His objective, capture New Orleans, the South's largest port and a vital artery of commerce, supply, and spirit. But New Orleans was guarded, not just by Confederate Forts Jackson and St. Philip, but by a gauntlet of chains, fireships, and ironclads. The river was narrow. The guns were loaded. Everyone expected a siege. Farragut had another idea. He would sail straight through. In the pre-dawn hours of the 24th of April, 1862, Farragut ordered his fleet forward under cover of darkness. The Mississippi exploded with fire. Confederate artillery rained shells from both banks. Ironclads lurched into view. Chains blocked the water. One ship after another was hit, some disabled, some burning. Farragut stood aboard the USS Hartford, unflinching. When his own ship caught fire, he didn't flinch. When he saw gaps in the chaos, he took them. The fleet surged forward like a blade through bone. By dawn, they were past the forts. By nightfall, New Orleans surrendered. It was the first great Union naval victory of the war. The Confederacy had lost its jewel. The Mississippi was cracked open. And Farragut, cautious, methodical officer, was now something else entirely. A commander who turned risk into doctrine. But his greatest test was still ahead. 2 years later, In 1864, the Civil War had reached a fever pitch. Farragut's next target, Mobile Bay, Alabama. It was one of the last major southern ports still under Confederate control. Guarded by Fort Morgan, Fort Gaines, minefields, then called torpedoes, and the ironclad CSS Tennessee, it was a fortress by water. The Union needed it gone. On the 5th of August, 1864, Farragut ordered his fleet of wooden ships and ironclads into the bay. He hoisted himself high into the rigging of the Hartford, not just for visibility, but to show every sailor he wasn't hiding below. What followed was mayhem. The Union ironclad Tecumseh hit a mine and sank instantly, dragging most of its crew to the bottom. The line of ships stalled, confusion bloomed. The fleet risked bottling itself in the kill zone. That's when Farragut bellowed his famous command not to a crowd, but to the Brooklyn, the lead ship hesitating under fire. "Damn the torpedoes! Full speed ahead!" With that, the fleet surged forward. Torpedoes clicked harmlessly. Others failed to detonate. Luck? Maybe. But Farragut didn't sail on luck. He sailed on instinct. His gamble shattered the Confederate defense. The Tennessee was surrounded, battered, and forced to surrender. The forts fell. The port closed. The battle was won, and so, arguably, was the war at sea. After Mobile Bay, Farragut became a national hero. He was promoted to vice admiral, then to the newly created rank of Admiral, the first man in U.S. history to wear 4 stars on his shoulder. He toured Europe, met with monarchs, and returned home to thunderous ovations. But he was never interested in applause. His heart was on the sea. He continued to serve until his death in 1870, aboard a ship off the coast of Portsmouth, New Hampshire. Even in death, he was where he always belonged, afloat, facing the horizon. Farragut's legacy is more than a quote. It's a doctrine. He proved that naval warfare was not just a contest of ships, but of nerve. That boldness, when timed right, could shatter walls. No cannon ever could. He showed that the Navy could do more than blockade. It could win. That the sea was not just a barrier, but a weapon. And while modern admirals deal in electronics, nuclear reactors, and supersonic missiles, they still learn the lesson of Mobile Bay. Courage under fire, decisiveness in chaos. Leadership in full view of the men you command. Farragut didn't just fight in an era of sails and smoke. He commanded it. But where Farragut's flame was forged in wood and gunpowder, the next name in our story sailed from a different myth, the kind written in rebellion, chased by the Royal Navy, and forged in the crucible of revolution itself. His battles were not for territory, but for identity. He didn't serve a navy. He created one. John Paul Jones? There are names that echo through American naval history. Then there is John Paul Jones, a name that doesn't just echo. It reverberates, like cannon fire across an empty sea. He didn't inherit a fleet. He didn't follow in the footsteps of a long naval tradition, because when John Paul Jones joined the American cause, there was no United States Navy. He didn't serve the system. He carved it into being with shot, flame, and defiance. And in the cradle of American independence, he became its first great naval legend. Jones was not born American. He wasn't even born Jones. He came into this world in 1747 as John Paul in Kirkcudbrightshire, Scotland's son of a gardener, baptized near the Solway Firth. His accent, his rage, and his ambition came from the stormy gray coastlines of Britain. But his destiny lived somewhere, far across the sea. By age 13, he was already at sea, not as a passenger, as an apprentice. Merchant ships, slave ships, trade ships. By his 20s, he'd become a first mate, then captain. But his early career was marked by turbulence. In the Caribbean, he killed a mutinous sailor in self-defense. The colonial courts absolved him, but scandal chased him like a wake. He fled to Virginia, added Jones to his name, and disappeared into the chaos of the coming revolution. When war erupted in 1775, John Paul Jones saw an opportunity not just for rebirth, but for war with purpose. He offered his services to the Continental Congress. They said yes. Maybe they didn't know what they were unleashing. Jones entered the revolution like a lightning strike to the water. He wasn't just a naval officer, he was the United States Navy, in embryo. He studied European tactics, but refused to be bound by them. He believed in hit and run, in guerrilla strikes, in taking the war to the enemy no matter how insane it sounded. While others focused on defending American shores, Jones looked east toward the beating heart of the British Empire. In 1778, as captain of the Ranger, he sailed across the Atlantic. His mission was madness: raid the British coast, kidnap aristocrats, burn ships in their harbors, and force the Royal Navy to divert forces from blockading America. He was essentially authorized piracy, wrapped in a flag and a naval commission. He succeeded. He raided the Irish Sea, captured the HMS Drake, a British warship larger and better armed than his own, attacked Whitehaven, the very port he had once sailed from as a boy. He landed with a handful of Marines, spiked cannons, set fire to ships, and sent panic rippling through the British coast. No American force had done anything like it. Jones was not just making war, he was making headlines. But the crown jewel of his career, the moment when John Paul Jones became John Paul Jones, came in 1779. He had been given command of a converted French merchantman, retrofitted for war, and renamed the Bonhomme Richard. Armed with 42 guns and manned by a ragtag crew of Americans, Frenchmen, and freedmen, it was not a perfect vessel, but it was his. And in late September, off Flamborough Head, England, he spotted a British convoy protected by the HMS Serapis, a fifth-rate 44-gun warship, and the Countess of Scarborough, a sloop of war. Jones charged. The ensuing battle would become a piece of naval mythology. The Serapis had superior firepower. It was faster, better built. Its crew was experienced. Within the first minutes of the engagement, the Bonhomme Richard was leaking, on fire, and at one point began to sink. British Captain Richard Pearson hailed Jones, asking if he'd struck his color surrendered. Jones's reply was molten steel: "I have not yet begun to fight." It was not bravado. It was a fact. The two ships collided and locked together. Grappling hooks flew. Marines fired down from the rigging. Cannons were fired muzzle to muzzle. The sea glowed with flame and torn wood. Fires broke out in both hulls. Blood pooled on the decks. The fighting was so close, so relentless, that it stopped being a naval battle and became something medieval. Jones, wounded, refused to give in. His crew rallied. A well-aimed grenade from above ignited the Serapis's magazine. A massive explosion tore through the British ship. As smoke and screams rose, the British surrendered. The Bonhomme Richard was mortally wounded. Jones transferred his flag to the Serapis. He had won. He had taken a superior warship in enemy waters, in full view of a horrified British population. Then, with his new prize ship, he sailed to Holland for repairs and for immortality. The world took notice. France, already an American ally, was stunned by the audacity. Britain was embarrassed and infuriated. American morale soared. In a war of attrition, Jones had delivered a moment of sheer triumph, a David and Goliath myth come to life, made of salt, smoke, and sheer nerve. After the war, Jones drifted. He never found a permanent post in the peacetime Navy, because there wasn't really a Navy yet. His temperament, bold, arrogant, uncompromising, made him difficult to place. He served for a time in the Russian Navy, of all things, fighting the Ottoman Empire under Catherine the Great. He was awarded honors, decorated, feared. But something burned inside him. He didn't want medals. He wanted a mission. He returned to Paris in 1790, exhausted and in poor health. He died alone, at 45, in a small apartment. No grand parade, no final command. Just a note in the register of history, soon buried beneath the chaos of revolution. And yet, death couldn't silence him. More than a century later, President Theodore Roosevelt sent a fleet to find his grave. They located his remains under a French street, exhumed them with ceremony, and returned them to the United States. He now rests in a sarcophagus beneath the U.S. Naval Academy Chapel in Annapolis. It's surrounded by marble, bronze, and silence. A man who died without a navy is now buried at its beating heart. John Paul Jones didn't live to see what the Navy would become. Carriers, submarines, fleet admirals, and nuclear-powered everything. But his shadow stretches over every deck. He proved that audacity wins wars, that weakness invites defeat, that a navy, even one born from scratch, could go toe-to-toe with the greatest empire on earth and win. His was a career made of defiance, against mutiny, against fear, against surrender. He is remembered for a quote, but he should be remembered for what followed that quote. Not talk, not posture, but action. He didn't just say he hadn't begun to fight. He kept fighting. And as the U.S. Navy grew from schooners to steel, from wood to war machines, the next man to shake the seas would do it with an empire's full weight behind him, through battles that stretched from the tropics to Manila, where a thunderclap of gunfire marked the dawn of American naval dominance in the modern age. George Dewey. The modern American Navy didn't begin with a bang. It began with many bangs delivered in rhythmic, thunderous precision at dawn. On May 1st, 1898, in a quiet harbor in the Philippines. That morning, George Dewey gave a simple order. You may fire when you are ready, Gridley. And within hours, an entire enemy fleet had been turned into floating wreckage. No American admiral before or since has enjoyed what Dewey achieved that day. An unbroken, total naval victory, delivered in a single morning, with 0 American fatalities in the battle itself. It was a surgical strike by steel ships on a wooden fleet, an act of war so overwhelming it sounded fictional. But it was real, and it was Dewey's masterpiece. Yet, to understand how George Dewey reached Manila Bay, we have to start somewhere far less cinematic. We start, as always, with water. Dewey was born in 1837 in Montpelier, Vermont, a landlocked town surrounded by hills and forests, not ships and shorelines. His father was a physician, his mother a quiet woman of New England stock. There were no sea tales in the family library, no salty air in his lungs. But like many restless boys of his generation, Dewey wanted more than landlocked civility. At 15, he entered the U.S. Naval Academy at Annapolis, class of 1858. He graduated near the top of his class, known for his intelligence and poise under pressure. And just in time, too, because war was coming. Big war. When the Civil War erupted in 1861, Dewey found himself thrust into one of the most chaotic transformations in American naval history. Wooden ships were still the standard, but steam power was rising. Ironclads were on the horizon, tactics were shifting. Dewey adapted fast. He served with distinction aboard the USS Mississippi, a steam frigate, during the Union's naval campaign along the Gulf Coast. He was present at the capture of New Orleans, fought in the siege of Port Hudson, and proved himself as a calm, fearless officer under fire. When the Mississippi ran aground during a night operation and had to be abandoned under fire, Dewey helped organize the evacuation feat that saved hundreds of lives. After the war, he remained in the Navy for decades. That's what makes Dewey's career so unusual. He didn't rise in a flash of headlines or carve his name in revolution. He was a slow burner. He served on gunboats. He cruised the Mediterranean. He studied naval logistics. He learned diplomacy. He climbed the ranks like a man building a ladder from scratch. And then came the Spanish-American War. It was 1898. Tensions had been boiling for months. The U.S. had accused Spain of brutality in Cuba. The explosion of the USS Maine in Havana Harbor turned suspicion into outrage. War was declared in April, and Dewey, then a Commodore, was already in the Pacific, commanding the Asiatic Squadron out of Hong Kong. His orders: find the Spanish fleet stationed in the Philippines and destroy it. It was the first time the U.S. Navy had been given such a directive on the global stage. Dewey didn't hesitate. He loaded his ships with coal, ammunition, and supplies. Then he sailed straight for Manila. The Spanish Pacific Squadron, under Admiral Patricio Montojo, was anchored in Manila Bay, protected by the fortress of Cavite and an array of outdated warships, most of them wooden-hulled, undergunned, and undercrewed. Dewey's fleet, by contrast, was modern. He had the USS Olympia, a steel cruiser with rapid-fire guns. His ships were clean, trained, and ready. As his squadron slipped into Manila Bay in the dead of night, they passed silently beneath Spanish coastal batteries. At 5:15 a.m., as the sun rose, Dewey gave the now famous order to Captain Charles Gridley. "You may fire when you are ready, Gridley." The battle lasted 7 hours. It wasn't really a battle, it was a deconstruction. Dewey's gunners pounded the Spanish fleet into submission. Ship after ship exploded, burned, or sank. Spanish resistance was brave, but hopeless. Their return fire was scattered and ineffective. Dewey's ships took minor damage. Not a single American sailor was killed in combat. When the smoke cleared, the entire Spanish fleet was gone. Dewey had destroyed the enemy, seized control of the bay, and placed the U.S. in a position to seize the Philippines. It was the kind of total victory commanders dream about but rarely achieve. The American press erupted. Dewey became a national icon overnight. Songs were written about him, children named after him. Ceramics, dolls, cigars, and even chewing gum bore his face. Congress promoted him to Admiral of the Navia, rank no one else would ever hold. But beyond the headlines and parades, the real genius of Dewey was in what he didn't do. He didn't gloat. He didn't rush. He stabilized the Philippines, kept order, and maintained diplomatic balance with other colonial powers. He didn't ignite the fragile post-war tinderbox. He managed it. What set Dewey apart wasn't just his victory, it was his discipline. The Spaniards had expected bravado. They got precision. The world expected chaos. They got control. Even his critics, those who accused him of overstepping authority during the post-battle governance of Manila, could not argue with the sheer effectiveness of his command. Dewey had proven that the U.S. Navy could project power halfway across the world and deliver decisive results. And that mattered, because the Spanish-American War wasn't just a conflict. It was the launchpad for America's entry into global imperial competition. Cuba, Puerto Rico, Guam, the Philippines. It was Dewey's guns that opened the Pacific door. His actions transformed the U.S. from a regional power into a world power. In short, Dewey didn't just win a battle, he lit a fuse. After the war, Dewey returned home to a hero's welcome, parades, medals, adulation. He considered a run for president in 1900, but quickly withdrew after realizing that military fame didn't always translate into political appeal, and perhaps that was for the best. Because Dewey was not a man of speeches, he was a man of readiness. He remained in uniform until his death in 1917. In his later years, He served as president of the General Board of the Navia role, in which he helped guide the transition toward a modern fleet. Dreadnoughts, battleship squadrons, naval aviation. He helped design the scaffolding for the force that would later rule the seas in 2 world wars. His death in 1917 coincided with the U.S. entry into World War I. As doughboys boarded ships for Europe, they did so on vessels built by a navy George Dewey had reshaped. He never saw the rise of carrier warfare or the nuclear age, but his influence was in every rivet. Dewey's legacy isn't just about Manila Bay. It's about what followed. The idea that the U.S. Navy wasn't a regional force but a global one. The belief that American naval presence could and should reach beyond the hemisphere. That wars were not just won by defending ports, but by commanding oceans. Today, the USS Olympia is preserved in Philadelphia, a living relic of that moment. Its guns silent, its decks walked by visitors instead of sailors. But the echo of that morning in 1898 still hums in its steel. Dewey didn't fight a long war. He didn't command a vast fleet across years of bloodshed. But in one dawn, with one sentence, he altered the trajectory of the Navy and of American history. He showed that readiness is not measured in noise but in precision, that victory can be surgical, that the right man, in the right moment, with the right words, can change everything. And yet, while Dewey's guns echoed across Manila Bay, another name from an earlier war had already become legend, a lake-bound tactician who fought under canvas sails and shifting winds, facing down a fleet with nothing but grit and a one-eyed glare. His victory was not in a far-flung harbor but on the waters of the homeland, where the fate of the Great Lakes was decided with a cannonade and a one-line telegram that became American folklore. Oliver Hazard Perry. Some admirals win battles, some win wars. But Oliver Hazard Perry won something. Deeper, he won the soul of a young, uncertain nation, and he did it not on the high seas, but in the freshwater fury of Lake Erie. His victory, in one of the most unlikely and chaotic naval clashes in American history, delivered more than strategic dominance, it delivered belief. The belief that the United States could stand toe-to-toe with the British Empire and not blink. And he did it with timber, tar, and men who had never fired a cannon in combat before. This is the story of the man who didn't just meet the enemy, he captured them, and wrote it down in one of the most iconic naval dispatches in the annals of war. We have met the enemy, and they are ours. It reads like fiction, but the cannon smoke was very real. Oliver Hazard Perry was born in 1785 in South Kingstown, Rhode Island Naval Territory through and through. The sea ran in his blood. His father was a captain in the Continental Navy. His younger brother, Matthew Calbraith Perry, would later become famous in his own right for opening Japan to the West. But Oliver would claim his place in history during the War of 1812, when the United States was still unsure of its own ability to stand tall against its former colonial master. At age 13, Perry entered the Navy as a midshipman. His early years were a tour of hardship and practical education, sailing to the Caribbean, battling pirates, surviving tropical disease. He fought in the Quasi-War with France, cruised off the coast of Africa, and by his mid-20s had learned the profession from keel to mast. He was brave, ambitious, and meticulous. And by 1812, with war against Britain erupting again, he was poised for command. But he didn't start with a fleet. He started with a lake. When war broke out, control of the Great Lakes, especially Lake Erie, became crucial. Whoever controlled the lakes controlled the supply lines, the troop movements, and the interior of the North American continent. The British knew this. They built warships at Amherstburg in Upper Canada and locked down the lake with a small but powerful squadron. The Americans had nothing. Enter Perry. In early 1813, he was ordered to Presque Isle, modern-day Erie, Pennsylvania, with one job: build a fleet from scratch. No dry docks, no infrastructure, just trees, tools, and time. He supervised the construction of a flotilla of brigs and gunboats in the wilderness, using green timber, unskilled laborers, and improvised techniques. It was a logistical nightmare. British forces threatened to attack before the ships were finished. Supplies were delayed. Disease ripped through the camp. Perry himself fell ill more than once. But he refused to quit. His leadership turned a mosquito-infested port into a war factory. He even orchestrated the overland hauling of cannons and supplies around sandbars to get the ships into deep water. By September 1813, Perry had 9 vessels under his command, most notably the newly constructed brigs Lawrence and Niagara. He named the Lawrence after James Lawrence, the American captain who had famously died in battle the year before, crying, "Don't give up the ship." Perry had those words sewn onto a battle flag and raised it high as his personal standard. On the morning of the 10th of September, 1813, Perry's fleet met the British squadron under Commander Robert Harriet Barclay near Put-in-Bay, Ohio. It was calm, almost eerie. The wind was still. The 2 lines of ships drifted toward each other slowly, agonizingly. Then the wind shifted. The battle began. The Lawrence, Perry's flagship, took the brunt of it. With limited maneuverability and her guns facing the heart of the British line, she was pounded relentlessly. Cannonballs tore through her hull. Masts snapped. Her decks turned slick with blood. By mid-battle, she was nearly a wreck. 80% of her crew were casualties. Her guns fell silent. Most commanders would have surrendered. Perry did not. He grabbed his battle flag, climbed into a rowboat with 4 sailors, and ordered them to ferry him to the Niagara, still largely untouched. As British cannonballs splashed around them, he sat calmly, flag in hand, death around him like spray. The row took 15 minutes. History stood still. When he reached the Niagara, Perry didn't pause. He took command, ordered full sail, charged back into the fight. In one of the most daring and aggressive maneuvers in naval warfare, he sailed directly through the center of the British liner raking. 2 enemy ships simultaneously with broadsides that shattered masts, tore through hulls, and flipped the momentum. Within minutes, the British surrendered. Perry had not only survived, he had flipped defeat into domination. He returned to the battered Lawrence to receive the surrender aboard the ship that had absorbed the worst of the storm. It was a gesture of honor to those who had bled for victory. And it was aboard the Lawrence that he penned his famous dispatch to General William Henry Harrison. "We have met the enemy, and they are ours 2 ships, 2 brigs, 1 schooner, and 1 sloop." The United States had won its first major fleet action. The British squadron on Lake Erie had been destroyed. The interior of the Northwest Territory was now open. Detroit was recaptured. Native American alliances with the British were shaken, and American morale, battered by defeats in Canada and humiliations at sea, suddenly surged. Perry became a national hero. Congress awarded him a gold medal. Cities were named after him. Portraits were painted. His coolness under fire, his improvisation, and his refusal to give up became symbols of what the young republic aspired to be. But Perry was not finished. In 1814, he served in the Chesapeake Bay campaign, helping defend the region from British raids. He later commanded a squadron in the Mediterranean, enforcing peace and trade. And in 1819, he was sent to Venezuela on a diplomatic mission where he fell ill with yellow fever and died at just 34 years old. His career was brief, his fame meteoric, but his legacy was permanent. He had demonstrated that a navy could be built from scratch, under pressure, and still win decisively. That courage was not found only in ships of the line or grand battles, but in lakes, in wilderness ports, in men who refused to quit. He had proven that the United States Navy, still in its adolescence, could outmaneuver, outgun, and outfight its imperial counterpart under the right commander. Perry wasn't just a tactician. He was a builder, a believer, a battler. And his triumph at Lake Erie set the tone for American naval operations for decades to come. Today, the phrase, "Don't give up the ship," still flies aboard Navy vessels. The image of Perry being rowed across a cannon-laced battlefield remains etched in naval lore. And the victory at Lake Erie stands as one of the most dramatic turnarounds in American combat history. But while Perry brought brilliance to inland waters, the next name on our journey navigated rivers, campaigns, and politics with an iron will and redefined how navies could change the course of war on land. His battles weren't just naval, they were riverine invasions, amphibious sieges, and tactical nightmares brought to life. And where he sailed, Union victory followed. David D. Porter. To understand Admiral David Dixon Porter, you must understand the rivers, not just as bodies of water, but as battlegrounds, as arteries of empires, as warpaths winding through hostile territory, lined with fire and mud and blood, because Porter wasn't a creature of the open sea. He was something rarer. A commander who turned rivers into war zones, gunboats into siege engines, and a fractured navy into a blunt force weapon for the Union cause. He didn't just fight, he invaded on water. And in doing so, he helped orchestrate one of the most ambitious and successful amphibious campaigns in American military history. Not in foreign lands, not on distant shores, but right at home, in the tangled, flooding veins of the Confederacy. Porter was born in 1813 in Chester, Pennsylvania, into a family already steeped in naval legend. His father, Commodore David Porter, was a War of 1812 hero. His brother, William D. Porter, would also become a naval officer. And so, from an early age, young David was baptized not in water, but in war. He entered the Navy at just 10 years old, serving as a midshipman aboard the John Adams. His early career was a world tour of American naval presence, anti-pirate patrols in the Caribbean, surveys in the Mediterranean, and assignments in Mexico. He even served in the Mexican-American War, where he gained experience in joint operations and amphibious assault. But it was the Civil War that transformed Porter from a naval professional into an architect of amphibious victory. When the war erupted in 1861, the Union Navy found itself with two massive challenges: blockade the Confederate coastline and penetrate the river systems that sustained the Southern war machine. The first required ships. The second required something stranger, a new kind of navion that could sail not just through oceans, but straight into the heart of the enemy. Enter the gunboat. The Union, recognizing the strategic value of the Mississippi River and its tributaries, began converting and building steam-powered, iron-clad riverboats, floating tanks designed to navigate shallow waters, withstand cannon fire, and support Army operations. And at the heart of this effort was Porter. In 1862, he was placed in command of the Mississippi River Squadron, an ad hoc, jury-rigged fleet of converted steamers, ironclads, mortar boats, and tinclads. His mission: clear the Mississippi of Confederate resistance from Cairo, Illinois, all the way to New Orleans. It was a mission that required more than firepower. It required coordination. Porter didn't just bombard forts, he coordinated with generals. Most notably, he forged a crucial alliance with Ulysses S. Grant. Together, they would deliver one of the most significant victories of the entire war, the siege and capture of Vicksburg. Vicksburg, Mississippi, was the Confederacy's linchpin. Perched on bluffs overlooking a sharp bend in the river, it commanded traffic up and down the Mississippi. Whoever held it controlled the spine of the continent, and for over a year, it held out against every attempt to break it, until Porter showed up. He began with something simple: domination by fire. His mortar boats, flat-bottomed barges carrying massive 13-inch sea-coast mortar-strained explosive shells on Confederate positions day and night. His ironclads prowled the river, exchanging fire with shore batteries. He ran ships past Vicksburg's guns at night, cloaked in darkness and smoke, drawing fire so Army transports could maneuver freely. Then came the land campaign. Working in tandem with Grant, Porter coordinated amphibious landings, ferrying troops across the river at Bruinsburg in April 1863. This movement allowed Union forces to attack Vicksburg from the rear, cutting off supplies and reinforcements. The town was besieged, starved, and on the 4th of July, 1863, it surrendered. The fall of Vicksburg was a turning point. It split the Confederacy in half. It gave the Union full control of the Mississippi River. And it marked the culmination of a joint operation that had been equal parts grit, coordination, and audacity. Porter didn't rest. Later that year, he supported operations up the Red River, a controversial and difficult campaign plagued by low water levels, logistical nightmares, and strategic confusion. While the mission itself stumbled, Porter's performance didn't. He demonstrated ingenuity under pressure, especially when low river levels trapped his fleet above a set of rapids. To save them, Porter and his engineers constructed Bailey's Dam, a makeshift system of wing dams and cribs that raised the water level just enough to float the fleet to safety. It was improvisation at its most brilliant. Turn the river into an ally, even when it wanted to kill you. Porter was promoted to Rear Admiral, and eventually Vice Admiral, following in the footsteps of his wartime collaborator, David Farragut. But unlike Farragut, who was a symbol of command and inspiration, Porter was an engine of operational power. He didn't inspire with speeches. He inspired with action. He managed ships like chess pieces, logistics like a factory manager, and artillery like a composer. His ability to coordinate large-scale joint campaigns made him invaluable, not just during the war but after. Because when the guns fell silent in 1865, Porter didn't retire. He rebuilt. In 1866, he became superintendent of the U.S. Naval Academy, tasked with transforming a sleepy pre-war institution into a modern school for professional officers. He rewrote the curriculum. Modernized training, demanded rigor. The midshipmen of the late 19th century graduated into a navy shaped by his hand. Then, in 1870, he was promoted again, becoming the second man ever to hold the rank of admiral in the U.S. Navy after Farragut. He spent his final years as a naval advisor, historian, and elder statesman of a service he had helped drag, cannon by cannon, into the industrial age. He died in 1891. His funeral was held at the Naval Academy, a place he had reshaped in his own image. Ships in harbor fired salutes. Flags flew at half-staff. His coffin was carried by midshipmen, young men who never served under him, but whose entire careers were made possible by him. Porter's name is often overshadowed by Farragut's B, or buried beneath the larger narratives of Grant and Sherman. But make no mistake, without David D. Porter, there is no Vicksburg, no open Mississippi, no proof that a navy could do more than blockade, that it could invade. He was not elegant, not poetic, but he was effective, tactically brilliant, operationally aggressive, and logistically relentless. And as the riverboats of war gave way to steel-hulled dreadnoughts and ocean-spanning fleets, the next admiral in our story would inherit that aggression, but channel it into something colder, calmer. A tactical mind so sharp it could cut water itself. A man whose decisions at Midway changed not just the tide of the Pacific War, but the future of naval combat forever. Raymond A. Spruance. He was not the kind of man you expected to find in the middle of a thunderstorm. His voice rarely rose. His hands stayed still. He didn't glare, shout, or swing maps like swords. In a war full of loud personalities and larger-than-life commanders, Admiral Raymond A. Spruance was the quiet center of the storm. But make no mistake, when it mattered most, when the Pacific balance teetered on the edge of catastrophe, it was Spruance who reached out, without blinking, and shoved history in the direction of victory. This is the story of the admiral who won Midway. Spruance was born in Baltimore in 1886, but raised in Indianapolis, far from any coastline, naval port, or salt wind. His path to the sea came through intellect, not legacy. He graduated from the U.S. Naval Academy in 1906, not with fireworks or scandal, but with steady competence. Even early on, he wasn't flashy, he was capable. And he built a career not on heroics, but on clarity. In the interwar period, Spruance bounced between destroyers, cruisers, and staff assignments. He studied electrical engineering. He served as a naval attaché. He learned Japanese. He worked in war planning. Everywhere he went, he impressed not with charisma, but with quiet authority. He was methodical. He read voraciously. He took notes. He listened. And he remembered. So when the world caught fire in December 1941, Spruance wasn't just a name on a chart. He was a prepared mind waiting for the right problem. In 1942, that problem arrived. The Japanese had rampaged across the Pacific after Pearl Harbor, snapping up territory from the Philippines to the Dutch East Indies. Their navy, centered around powerful carrier task forces, seemed unstoppable. Then came the Doolittle Raid, a surprise airstrike on Tokyo launched from the USS Hornet in April 1942. It caused little physical damage, but massive psychological shock. Infuriated and humiliated, the Japanese High Command conceived a plan to lure the American carriers into a trap. The target, Midway Atoll, a tiny speck of coral northwest of Hawaii. The bait, a fake invasion. The goal, annihilate the American fleet. But the U.S. had broken Japanese codes. They knew the attack was coming, and they knew where. What they didn't know was who would lead the defense. The logical choice was Vice Admiral William Bull Halsey, a carrier commander known for his aggression and flair. But Halsey was hospitalized with a severe skin condition. His replacement? Rear Admiral Raymond A, Spruancian officer with zero experience commanding carrier operations in combat. It looked like a disaster in the making, but Nimitz trusted him. Spruance, assigned to command Task Force 16 aboard the USS Enterprise, would now co-lead the American response to the Japanese offensive. His fleet, alongside Task Force 17, under Rear Admiral Frank Jack Fletcher, formed the last line of defense. The Japanese came with 4 fleet carriers, Akagi, Kaga, Soryu, and Hiryu, backed by hundreds of aircraft and battleships. Spruance had just 3 carriers, Enterprise, Hornet, and Yorktown, and a whole lot of hope. The stage was set. On the 4th of June, 1942, the Battle of Midway began. Spruance's first test came not in fire, but in timing. He had to launch aircraft before the Japanese spotted him, but not so early that his planes ran out of fuel before finding the target. He chose to strike early. It was a risk. His dive bombers flew unescorted, spread across hundreds of miles of open ocean. At first, they failed. Torpedo bombers from the Hornet VT-8 attacked without fighter cover. They were slaughtered. All but one plane was shot down. Then came VT-6 from the Enterprise. Same result. They flew into flak, and fighters like moths into flame. But those doomed attacks did something incredible. They drew the Japanese combat air patrol out of position. When the American dive bombers arrived, the skies above the Japanese carriers were momentarily unguarded. And then, in 5 minutes that changed history, Spruance's squadrons struck. At 10:22 a.m., dive bombers from the Enterprise and Yorktown hit Akagi, Kaga, and Soryu. The decks were loaded with fueled planes and munitions. The results were cataclysmic. All 3 carriers became floating infernos. Within hours, they sank. The Japanese retaliated, damaging the Yorktown. But another American strike, this time locating the last Japanese carrier. Here you finished the job. By nightfall, 4 Japanese carriers were gone. Japan's naval air power had been shattered. And Admiral Spruance, the quiet man with no carrier combat experience, had just delivered the most important naval victory of the Pacific War. But his genius didn't end there. In the days that followed, Spruance resisted calls to pursue the retreating Japanese fleet. He knew the Americans had scored a massive victory and that his own fleet was low on fuel, short on aircraft, and vulnerable to counterattack. Instead of chasing glory, he preserved his force. This decision was controversial. Critics argued he could have destroyed more. But history has vindicated him. He had won. His job was not to gamble it all for headlines. It was to finish the mission. And he did. Spruance returned a hero but not a loud one. He didn't give speeches, he didn't boast, he didn't court the press. Instead, he went back to work. And the work continued. In 1943, he was promoted and placed in command of the 5th Fleet, a massive mobile force that included battleships, cruisers, destroyers, and carriers. The 5th Fleet would alternate with Halsey's 3rd Fleet, same ships, different commanders depending on the campaign. Spruance's campaigns were textbook studies in strategic patience and brutal efficiency. In 1944, he led Operation Forager, the conquest of the Mariana Islands, including Saipan, Tinian, and Guam. It was a grueling multi-month campaign involving amphibious assaults, air superiority battles, and close naval gunfire support. And in the middle of it came the Battle of the Philippine Sea. If Midway was a surgical strike, the Philippine Sea was a slaughter. The Japanese launched over 400 aircraft in wave after wave against Spruance's fleet. The result? Over 300 Japanese planes were shot down in a single day. American pilots dubbed it the Great Marianas Turkey Shoot. Japanese carrier aviation was obliterated. Their naval air arm, already wounded at Midway, was now finished. Spruance's restraint was again questioned. Some said he should have pursued more aggressively, but once more he preserved his force. His ships remained intact. His pilots returned. And the U.S. Navy tightened its grip on the Pacific. By 1945, Spruance was second only to Nimitz in Pacific Command. He had helped carve a path from Pearl Harbor to Okinawa through reef, storm, and fire. And always, his style remained the same: calm, rational, relentless. He wasn't loved by all. He wasn't built for hero worship. But his peers respected him with a kind of awe. Admiral Nimitz called him the finest naval commander of the war. Eisenhower admired his intellect. Even Halsey, his polar opposite, acknowledged his impact. After the war, Spruance served as president of the Naval War College, then as ambassador to the Philippines. He retired quietly, without ceremony. No memoir, no crusade, just a return to silence. He died in 1969 and is buried at Golden Gate National Cemetery. His headstone is simple, his legacy is not. Spruance was not a hammer. He was a scalpel. He didn't shout. He decided. He didn't gamble lives for headlines. He preserved lives to fight again. He proved that leadership doesn't always roar. Sometimes it listens, it waits. And then, when the moment comes, it strikes with such precision that history never recovers. But if Spruance mastered the present, the next man in our story built the future, constructing not just strategy, but the machines that would define it. He didn't command fleets, he engineered them. In a world of turbines and blueprints, he harnessed the atom itself and rewrote what a warship could be. Arleigh A. Burke. There's a kind of warfighter who charges into battle with banners flying, a sword in one hand and a battle cry in the other. And then there's Arleigh Albert Burke, who didn't storm the beaches so much as refused to leave them, whose war was won by inches of sea, miles of range, and seconds of reaction time. He was fast, focused, and ferocious. A destroyer man through and through, and he brought that destroyer mindset into every fight, every fleet, and eventually every corner of the modern U.S. Navy. If Spruance was the strategist who played the long game, and Rickover the engineer who built the next one, then Burke was the bridge between them, the warrior engineer, the sailor scholar, the knife fighter who understood how to turn steel, speed, and willpower into results. And for over 3 decades, from the thunder of World War II to the cold steel diplomacy of the Cold War, he didn't just serve in the Navy. He was the Navy. Arleigh Burke was born in 1901 in Boulder, Colorado, about as far from the ocean as it's possible to be in North America. He suffered from chronic influenza as a child, and it stunted his growth. He never reached more than 5'6", but what he lacked in size, he made up for in sheer velocity. He earned a spot at the U.S. Naval Academy and graduated in 1923, and while he was no academic prodigy, graduated 68th in a class of 413, he had one thing no curriculum could teach: urgency. Burke believed in moving fast, always. He began his career aboard battleships but found his true calling in destroyers, those lean, lethal, torpedo-flinging greyhounds of the sea. He trained in gunnery, tactics, and ship handling. He mastered the art of maneuver warfare not in the romantic sense, but in the brutal reality of collisions, close-range salvos, and split-second decisions. By the time the United States entered World War II, Burke was primed. In 1943, he was promoted to Commodore and given command of Destroyer Squadron 2323 ships, each one a blade in a knife fight, each one manned by sailors hungry to hit back against the Japanese Navy. They called themselves the Little Beavers, named after a popular cartoon character, and they adopted his image as their unofficial mascot, a small figure hurling torpedoes with manic energy. Burke turned them into killers. Operating in the Solomon Islands, his squadron became the tip of the Allied spear in the South Pacific. Night after night, in pitch-black seas dotted with volcanic islands, Burke's destroyers raided enemy supply convoys, bombarded shore positions, and skirmished with Japanese ships in furious, short-range encounters. Burke believed in hitting first and fast. He ran drills relentlessly, trained his crews to act without hesitation, and demanded coordination at speeds that seemed suicidal. It worked. In the Battle of Cape St. George, on the 25th of November, 1943, Burke's squadron intercepted a Japanese destroyer force evacuating personnel from Buka Island. What followed was a textbook ambush. Using radar and silence, Burke closed the distance, then unleashed a synchronized torpedo and gun attack that sank 3 enemy ships and damaged another without taking a single hit in return. It was a perfect naval engagement. No casualties, no misses, just cold, efficient destruction. Burke's performance earned him the Navy Cross, a Silver Star, and a reputation that followed him all the way to the highest echelons of command. But more importantly, it showed the world something new: that the destroyer, long considered a support ship, could be an apex predator under the right hands. In 1944 and 1945, he served as Chief of Staff to Admiral Marc Mitscher, commanding fast carrier task forces. Here, Burke moved from destroyer tactics to fleet operation shelping, orchestrate massive strikes against the Japanese homeland, supporting amphibious assaults, and dodging kamikaze attacks in a war that had become a firestorm. He wasn't just reacting, he was adapting. Burke learned that modern war was about speed of movement, speed of command, speed of thought. His obsession with readiness turned into a philosophy: fast is good, faster is better. He carried that philosophy into the post-war Navy. As the guns fell silent in 1945, Burke stayed in uniform. He helped plan for the transition from wartime to peacetime operations. He studied nuclear weapons, He advised on Cold War strategy. And in 1955, he became something very few men in uniform ever become: Chief of Naval Operations. He would hold that office for 6 years, the longest tenure of any CNO in U.S. history. And in those 6 years, he would reshape the U.S. Navy from the ground up. Burke's CNO era was marked by transition. The old fleet was aging, new threats were rising. The Soviet Navy was growing in both size and ambition. Ballistic missile submarines were entering the game. The Cold War was turning hot in Korea, and then threatening to ignite in Cuba. Burke didn't flinch. He backed the Polaris program, America's first submarine-launched ballistic missile system, transforming submarines from tactical weapons into strategic nuclear deterrents. He championed the construction of nuclear-powered surface ships and submarines. He expanded carrier aviation and restructured the fleet around speed, flexibility, and survivability. But he also knew that machines weren't enough. He reformed officer training, prioritized technology education, pushed for better coordination between Navy, Air Force, and Army. He fought bureaucratic inertia, like he once fought destroyer squadrons relentlessly, and with an eye on the horizon. Burke believed the Navy couldn't afford to be nostalgic. The past was gone. The future was incoming at 500 knots. His job was to make sure the U.S. Navy was ready. And he wasn't above getting his hands dirty. He reportedly made unannounced visits to shipyards, bases, and command posts. He challenged assumptions, questioned numbers, demanded better, always calm, always precise, but never still. He was once asked how he managed to stay in command so long. His answer? Keep the boss informed, and don't do anything stupid. It was typical Burke. Concise, practical, and a little tongue-in-cheek. But underneath it was something more. A lifetime of moving fast, making the hard calls, and getting it right. After stepping down as CNO in 1961, Burke retired, but not into silence. He continued to serve on defense advisory boards, led think tanks, and wrote extensively on military policy. He lived to see the world. He helped build a world of nuclear triads, aircraft carrier groups, and satellite intelligence. He died in 1996, at the age of 94. Today, his name lives on in the Navy's Arleigh Burke-class destroyers, multi-mission warships that patrol every ocean, carry Tomahawk missiles, and hunt submarines at 30-plus knots. They are fast, versatile, deadly. They are everything he believed in. But beyond the steel and speed, Arleigh Burke's true legacy is human. It's in the sailors who drill harder, think quicker, and act with that extra edge of readiness. It's in the commanders who understand that decisiveness isn't optional, it's the job. Burke didn't win a single war on his own. He didn't command entire oceans, but he made every inch of sea he touched count. And he turned the U.S. Navy from a WWE juggernaut into a Cold War titan. He was the destroyer man who refused to be destroyed. And yet, for all Burke's mastery of motion, the next admiral in our story brought something different. Not speed, but depth. A mind so relentless, so focused, that he didn't just command ships, he reimagined them from the keel up. He didn't just fight for victory, he engineered it, in silence, in pressure, in nuclear fire. Hyman G. Rickover. There are officers who lead fleets, and there are officers who lead revolutions. Admiral Hyman George Rickover did not command from the bridge of a battleship. He didn't direct fleets across blue horizons or bark orders through the din of war. What he did, instead, was rewire the very soul of the United States Naviatom by atom, bolt by bolt, policy by policy. He built a navy that didn't just sail on water, it sailed on nuclear power. He is known reverently, fearfully, and sometimes begrudgingly as the father of the nuclear navy. But that title is too clean, too simple. Rickover was not a fatherly presence. He was more like a force of nature, a hurricane in a uniform, a grinder of excuses and a collector of grudges. He ruled his realm with obsession, precision, and the kind of perfectionism that made both admirers and enemies alike say, "Thank God he was on our side." Because when Hyman G. Rickover went to work, entire navies came out the other end. He was born in 1900 in Mako Mazowiecki, then part of the Russian Empire, now Poland. His family, Jewish and impoverished, emigrated to the United States in 1906, escaping the rising tide of pogroms and arriving in the industrial sprawl of Chicago. From an early age, Rickover devoured education like oxygen. He memorized, dissected, and outworked everyone around him. In 1918, he secured an appointment to the U.S. Naval Academy. And that's where the pattern began. He graduated in 1922, 107th in a class of 540, an unremarkable number on paper. But Rickover was never about paper. He was about grind. He joined the Navy not to wear a uniform, but to build one. He served aboard destroyers, submarines, and surface ships. But it wasn't the sea that pulled him in. It was the machinery, the systems, the engineering. The parts no one else paid attention to. Rickover studied with religious intensity. He earned a master's degree in electrical engineering from Columbia University in 1930. And unlike many naval officers, he embraced the back rooms of power, the research labs, the boiler rooms, the design bureaus where ships were imagined and then forced into steel. By World War II, Rickover was already reshaping how the Navy thought about propulsion and logistics, but it was the atomic age that cracked open the door to his true legacy. The moment that would define his life came in 1946, when he was assigned to the Atomic Energy Commission's Division of Reactor Development. The mission? Investigate the feasibility of using nuclear power for naval propulsion. Most saw it as theoretical. Rickover saw it as destiny, and he would not be stopped. In a matter of months, he absorbed every available detail on nuclear fission, reactor theory, materials, science, and shielding. He visited laboratories. He interrogated physicists. He made himself a radioactive expert through sheer willpower. He pushed the Navy and the AEC to fund an actual program. He did not request. He pushed hard, relentlessly. And when they resisted, because, of course, they did, he pushed harder. He bulldozed bureaucracies, bullied contractors, micromanaged every engineer, welder, and technician. He didn't just manage the program, he dominated it. The result? The USS Nautilus. Commissioned in 1954, the Nautilus was the world's first operational nuclear-powered submarine. It was faster, quieter, and more durable than any sub that had ever existed. It could stay submerged for weeks, months without surfacing. It broke every record of endurance and range. It changed the very definition of naval power. Suddenly, oceans became playgrounds. Submarines could cross continents without detection. The surface of the sea was no longer a place of visibility and vulnerability. It was a ceiling. And below that ceiling, the United States could now operate in silence. This wasn't just technological innovation, it was strategic transformation. Rickover didn't stop at the Nautilus. He built a fleet. One by one, nuclear-powered submarines, fast attack and ballistic, missile-rolled off the docks, each one sharper, faster, and tougher than the last. Rickover personally approved every detail, interviewed thousands of officers, and ran his programs with a level of oversight so intense it bordered on fanaticism. He demanded perfection. He personally interviewed every officer assigned to a nuclear sub. Every single one. Not just once, but twice. His questions were unpredictable. His tone, famously abrasive. He would ask physics questions, grill officers on reactor procedures, and then pivot into ethics, politics, or history. He wanted to see who cracked. Because Rickover didn't want yes men. He wanted control. He wanted intelligence. He wanted fearlessness, not just in battle, but in judgment. He famously said, "Responsibility is a unique concept. You may share it with others, but your portion is not diminished." He built that idea into the DNA of every nuclear officer. The captain of a nuclear sub was not just a commander. He was the commander. If something went wrong, no one else was responsible. And because Rickover was obsessed with safety, very few things ever went wrong. His standards were brutal, but they worked. In over 6 decades of U.S. nuclear-powered submarines, there has never been a single reactor-related accident, not one meltdown, not one criticality error. In a world where nuclear technology is notoriously difficult to manage, Rickover made it routine. How? Through force of personality, through systems that rejected shortcuts, through a culture of excellence so aggressive it often bordered on paranoia. He held 2 offices, one in the Navy and one in the Atomic Energy Commission. He wielded both like twin swords. No other military officer in U.S. history has held as much technical and administrative power simultaneously. Presidents came and went. Chiefs of naval operations changed. Rickover remained. He survived 63 years in uniform. Let that sink in. He served under 13 presidents, 10 secretaries of defense, and 14 chiefs of naval operations. From World War I to the Reagan era, Rickover remained the nucleus of the Navy's most advanced, secretive, and powerful systems. He wasn't popular. He didn't care. Congress loved him for his results, feared him for his attitude. He testified openly, criticized inefficiency, and had no patience for political spin. He once told a congressman, "You have to learn to live with a system that doesn't work." Rickover didn't live with broken systems. He replaced them. But time catches up with everyone. In 1981, at age 81, he was finally forced to retire. Even that wasn't clean. There were power struggles, leaked memos. But eventually, he stepped down, leaving behind a navy that could stalk continents, launch from under ice caps, and power entire fleets without refueling for decades. He died in 1986, but by then, the world he built had already outlived him. Today, every U.S. Navy aircraft carrier and submarine is powered by nuclear reactors designed in Rickover's image. Every officer in the nuclear Navy walks through a culture he crafted, tested, and demanded. His legacy isn't a fleet, it's a standard. Hyman G. Rickover didn't invent nuclear power. He didn't discover fission. But he took the atom, wrapped it in titanium, and put it under the sea. He didn't just change the Navy, he changed what the Navy is. And as the modern submarine slides through black water, with a crew trained to the limits of human discipline, it does so under silent orders still echoing from a man who refused to accept good enough. But while Rickover was redefining propulsion beneath the waves, the next admiral in our saga took the battle skyward leading aircraft carriers into the teeth of war and reshaping how naval aviation dominated the Pacific. He wasn't loud, he wasn't flashy, but when he launched planes, empires moved. Marc A. Mitscher. He didn't rage like Halsey, he didn't plot like Spruance, he didn't build like Rickover. And yet, Admiral Marc Andrew Mitscher was the one who launched the thunder. The one who brought squadrons screaming out of the morning sun, who fused steel decks with sky-high firepower, and who became the quiet commander of chaos in a world ruled by carriers. If Spruance was the mind of the Pacific Fleet, and Halsey its bared teeth, then Mitscher was its knuckles the knuckles that clutched the throttle of naval aviation and never let go. He was a pioneer of flight, a tactician of the air, and the man who, perhaps more than any other, turned the aircraft carrier from an experiment into the warhorse of the U.S. Navy. Marc Mitscher was born in 1887 in Hillsboro, Wisconsin. His family was military to the bone. His uncle was Major General Arthur MacArthur, father of a certain Douglas. But young Marc wasn't born a storm. He was quiet, thoughtful, a little stiff. He struggled at the Naval Academy and barely graduated in 1910. He ranked 113th out of 131, not promising on paper. But Mitscher wasn't built for exams. He was built for evolution. In 1915, when the Navy was still experimenting with aviation, Mitscher became one of its earliest aviators, Naval Aviator number 33. He took to the air when planes were canvas, engines were fickle, and landing was a prayer. But he was drawn to the sky, and more than that, to what it could do. By the time World War I ended, Mitscher had flown reconnaissance and anti-submarine patrols over the Atlantic. But his real worth, one that would define him, was still 2 decades away. In the 1920s and 30s, while the world drowsed in interwar lethargy, Mitscher was hard at work, turning ideas into doctrines. He served aboard the Navy's first carriers, USS Langley, Lexington, and Saratoga, learning how to integrate aircraft into fleet operations. At a time when many still saw planes as support units, Mitscher understood what few did. Aircraft would become the Navy. And he didn't just understand it, he helped build it. His 1,934th flight from San Francisco to Honolulu, one of the first major long-distance naval flights, was both a technical achievement and a hint at things to come. Precision, range, projection. These would become the Navy's future. When Japan attacked Pearl Harbor in 1941, Mitscher was ready not because he had been waiting, but because he had been preparing. By 1942, he was promoted to Rear Admiral and placed in command of carrier forces in the Pacific. His first big stage, the Doolittle Raid. It was April 1942. American morale was in ruins. The Japanese had swept across the Pacific. And then, from the deck of the USS Hornet, 16 B-25 bombers took off on a one-way mission to bomb Tokyo. It was audacious, improbable, glorious. And Mitscher was the one who made it happen. He commanded the Hornet, kept the secret, and sailed into enemy waters with a ship carrying land-based bombers on unprecedented feat. The raid did limited damage but massive psychological impact. It forced the Japanese to overextend and led directly to Midway. Mitscher missed Midway itself, but his star kept rising. By 1943, he was placed in command of Carrier Division 3. His job? Take the fight to the Japanese. Not just to defend, but to attack with speed, range, and overwhelming force. He pioneered tactics that would become standard. Multi-carrier task groups operating in coordinated strikes, wave attacks that overwhelmed enemy defenses, and a reliance on radar and air superiority that turned the tables on Japanese air power. But it was in 1944, during the Marianas Campaign, that Mitscher took center stage. As commander of Task Force 58, the Navy's most powerful carrier strike force led the assault on Saipan, Tinian, and Guam. These islands were not just strategic, they were symbolic. Their capture meant American bombers could reach Japan. The Japanese responded with their largest carrier operation since Midway. And what followed was the Battle of the Philippine Sea. If you're looking for cinematic, don't. This battle wasn't a duel of battleships or a chaotic slugfest. It was cold, technical, and clinical. Mitscher's pilots annihilated the Japanese air fleet in waves. Over 600 enemy aircraft were destroyed in 2 days. One pilot called it a turkey shoot. The name stuck. The Great Marianas Turkey Shoot wasn't just a victory, it was a massacre. Japanese naval aviation never recovered. But Mitscher wasn't celebrating. Because while his pilots were racking up kills, his fuel-depleted aircraft were struggling to return. Darkness had fallen. The fleet was blacked out to avoid submarine attack. Returning pilots were low on fuel, many wounded, some lost. And Mitscher, violating every safety protocol in the book, gave the order, "Turn on the lights." It was one of the most gut-wrenching decisions of the war. He illuminated the entire fleet, turning his ships into glowing targets for enemy submarines just to save his men. They came back. Not all, but many who would have perished found the light, found their ship, found home. That single act of leadership became legend. Mitscher continued to lead Task Force 58 through the Philippines, Iwo Jima, and Okinawa. He fought kamikazes, weather, and fatigue. His task forces faced suicide attacks daily. His carriers were bombed, strafed, and hit, but they didn't break. He believed in his air crews. He gave them room to operate, but demanded excellence. He wasn't loud. He didn't grandstand, but pilots swore by him. They'd fly into hell if he asked, and often did. His coordination with other commanders, especially Spruance, was legendary for its professionalism. No ego, just war, just results. After the war, Mitscher continued to serve at high levels, including as Deputy Chief of Naval Operations for Air and later as Commander, U.S. Atlantic Fleet. He pushed for jet aircraft integration, faster carriers, and a Navy that didn't rest on its laurels. But time and exhaustion caught up. Mitscher died in 1947, just 2 years after the war's end. He was 60. Today, his name lives on in the USS Mitscher, a guided missile destroyer. But his real legacy lives on every time a carrier deck hums with activity. Every time a pilot takes off in darkness, trusting the ship will be there when he returns. Every time naval aviation takes the fight where ships can't go. Mitscher didn't invent the aircraft carrier. He proved it. He didn't shout. He launched. He didn't chase fame. He chased victory. He showed the Navy how to fly, and in doing so, he helped it rise. But while Mitscher fought with steel decks and aluminum wings, the next admiral in our chronicle took the early blows of the Pacific War when the Navy was scrambling, bleeding, and learning on the fly. He held the line at Coral Sea and Midway, where victory wasn't inevitable, and history was still up for grabs. Frank Jack Fletcher. In war, not every admiral gets the grand finale. Not every victory earns a statue. Some names are remembered in headlines, others in shadows. But every once in a while, there's a man who finds himself at the hinge of history where the door of fate creaks open just enough for one decision to change the trajectory of an entire war. That man was Admiral Frank Jack Fletcher. He was not a publicity magnet. He didn't have the volcanic charisma of Halsey or the mythic cool of Spruance. But when the war in the Pacific turned ugly, when Pearl Harbor smoldered, the Philippines fell, and the Japanese tide swept unopposed across the map, it was Fletcher who stood on the front line, with a carrier under his feet, a target on his back, and the pressure of an empire crashing toward him. Fletcher didn't just fight in the Pacific. He was there from the beginning. In fact, he was the first carrier admiral to fire back. He was born in 1885 in Marshalltown, Iowa, into a military family. His uncle, Frank Friday Fletcher, was a Medal of Honor recipient and an admiral himself. The Navy was not just a job, it was an inheritance. Fletcher graduated from the U.S. Naval Academy in 1906, rising through the ranks with a steady, unremarkable but dependable career. He served on battleships, destroyers, and in various staff roles. By World War I, he was already a seasoned officer, earning the Medal of Honor for bravery during the U.S. occupation of Veracruz in 1914. But Fletcher's defining war came later. By the time of the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor in December 1941, Fletcher was a rear admiral. Most of the Pacific Fleet's battleships were crippled, but the carriers then seen as auxiliary vessel shad survived. Fletcher was given command of one of them, the USS Yorktown. What followed was a crash course in carrier warfare. In February 1942, just 2 months after Pearl Harbor, Fletcher led the first American offensive in the Pacific, the Marshall's-Gilbert's raids. His carriers launched strikes against Japanese bases, causing minimal damage but delivering a clear message: the U.S. Navy wasn't finished. Then came the Coral Sea. May 1942. The Japanese were moving to seize Port Moresby in New Guinea, a stepping stone to Australia. Fletcher, commanding Task Force 17 with the Yorktown and the Lexington, was tasked with stopping them. The Battle of the Coral Sea was a slugfest unlike anything before it. It was the first naval battle in history where the opposing ships never sighted each other, fought entirely by aircraft. Fletcher's forces sank the light carrier Shoho, famously triggering the phrase, "Scratch one flat top." The next day, the Japanese struck back, damaging the Yorktown and sinking the Lexington. But the Japanese invasion was stopped. Strategically, it was an Allied victory. Tactically, it was close. But it proved something profound. Carriers were now the queens of the ocean, and Fletcher could wield them. Then came Midway. June 1942. Japan's grand plan to crush the American fleet and capture Midway Atoll was underway. The U.S. had cracked Japanese codes and knew the attack was coming. Fletcher was placed in overall tactical command of the American naval forces, with Rear Admiral Raymond Spruance under him commanding Task Force 16. Fletcher's role at Midway was complex. He commanded the Yorktown, already battered from Coral Sea, but quickly patched up at Pearl Harbor in a heroic 3-day repair sprint. He made the critical decision to launch aircraft early well before visual confirmation of enemy carriers. His gamble paid off. In a series of chaotic, cascading strikes, American dive bombers located and obliterated 3 of the 4 Japanese carriers, Akagi, Kaga, and Soryu. Fletcher's Yorktown was eventually struck by bombs and torpedoes from the surviving Japanese carrier, Hiryu, but not before helping direct the final blow that sank Hiryu itself. The Yorktown was lost, but the battle was won. Midway wasn't just a victory, it was the turning point of the Pacific War. 4 irreplaceable Japanese carriers were destroyed. The momentum shifted. The offensive belonged to the United States, and Frank Jack Fletcher was at the helm. Yet history, as it so often does, moved on without him. After Midway, Fletcher's star began to fade. The reasons are complex, tangled in inter-service rivalry, shifting command structures, and the chaotic politics of wartime logistics. When the Guadalcanal campaign began in August 1942, Fletcher again found himself in the thick of it. He commanded the carrier task force that provided air cover for the initial landings. But after Japanese airstrikes inflicted damage on his carrier sand with limited fuel and aircraft, Fletcher made the controversial decision to withdraw his fleet. That left the Marines on Guadalcanal without air support. And while the decision was arguably logical, given his limited resources, it sparked criticism. In the political ecosystem of the Pacific Theater, where MacArthur, Nimitz, and the Joint Chiefs all had different visions, Fletcher found himself sidelined. He was reassigned to less visible commands, still important, still responsible, but no longer at the front edge of the war. He served in the North Pacific and later as chairman of the Navy's General Board, helping to shape post-war policy. But he never returned to carrier command. Fletcher retired in 1947, having achieved the rank of full admiral. He died in 1973, largely forgotten by a public that remembered the louder names, Halsey, Nimitz, Spruance. Yet his fingerprints remain. He commanded the first American carrier offensive in the Pacific. He led at Coral Sea. He directed at Midway. He operated without blueprints, in an era where carrier tactics were invented day by day, hour by hour. He was a transitional figure, the bridge between the old world of battleships and the new world of aviation. He proved that carriers were not just experimental platforms, they were decisive tools of war. And while history may have passed him by in favor of flashier names, the war itself did not. When the U.S. needed someone to carry the fleet across the flaming threshold of 1,942, Fletcher didn't hesitate. He stood, he launched, and he fought. He lost ships, he lost aircraft, but he never lost the mission. And as the Pacific Campaign pushed forward through jungle, coral, and steel, the Navy would need another kind of admiral. One who could land an army on any beach, under fire, on time, and with every logistical screw turned tight. Fletcher's war ended at sea. The next admiral's war began at the shoreline. His name was Turner, and when he came, islands trembled. Richmond Kelly Turner. If World War II was a stage in the Pacific theater, its most sprawling, chaotic act, then Admiral Richmond Kelly Turner was the man hauling the curtain open and shoving the actors onto it. Again and again. Beach after beach. From Guadalcanal to Okinawa. If you saw Marines raising a flag, soldiers storming a jungle, or Seabees building an airstrip on coral, odds are Turner put them there on time, under fire, and with a logistics plan packed tighter than a Tokyo subway. He wasn't a household name. He didn't go viral in headlines, but he did something even rarer, made amphibious warfare work. In a war where the ocean was a battlefield and the island was the prize, Turner turned water into a weapon. Born in 1885 in Portland, Oregon, Turner wasn't exactly destined for war. He was bookish, observant, a thinker first, a fighter second. But that balance would become his weapon. He graduated from the U.S. Naval Academy in 1908 and began his career aboard battleships, cruising through an era where dreadnoughts were still the currency of power. By World War I, Turner had served in various capacities on ships and at sea, but his real evolution came between the wars when the Navy was shrinking, experimenting, and theorizing. Turner, unlike many of his peers, wasn't content to coast. He studied, he drilled into doctrine, he read about war not just as combat but as systems, interconnected, movable, relentless. And he zeroed in on the one corner of naval warfare, most still treated as second-rate amphibious operations. In the 1930s, he helped draft early versions of landing doctrine. He saw what most missed, that the next war wouldn't just be about sinking ships or holding ports. It would be about taking ground across impossible terrain, landing armies under fire, and doing it again and again until the war was over. When Japan attacked Pearl Harbor in 1941, Turner was already a rear admiral. He was ambitious, detail-obsessed, and unshakably convinced that planning was power. He was also combative with subordinates, critical with peers, and borderline volcanic with anyone who got in the way of his timetable. Which is exactly why he got the job. In the Pacific, the Navy needed someone to plan, organize, and execute amphibious assaults across an ocean of hostile islands. It wasn't sexy. It wasn't glamorous. It was logistics hell. You had to coordinate fleets, soldiers, marines, aircraft, landing craft, engineers, and timing all under enemy fire, all while accounting for tide, coral, and chaos. Turner didn't just accept the challenge, he made it his identity. His first crucible, Guadalcanal. In August 1942, Turner commanded the amphibious force that landed U.S. Marines on Guadalcanal and Tulagi, in the Solomon Islands, the first major Allied offensive in the Pacific War. It was the beginning of the island-hopping campaign. A foot in the door of the Japanese Empire. The landing wasn't perfect. Japanese resistance was fierce. The terrain was brutal. And after the initial landings, Turner's transports were forced to withdraw under threat of Japanese naval attack, leaving the Marines with limited supplies. But he got them on the island. He got them on time. And once the battle stabilized, Turner returned, resupplied, and reinforced the beachhead. It was a messy start, but it worked. Guadalcanal held. Turner learned fast. He refined the art of amphibious warfare, like a surgeon refining a scalpel. Timing, cargo sequencing, shore bombardment coordination, air cover integration, pre-landing reconnaissance. Every beachhead became a classroom, and Turner was the unrelenting professor. He was famous for screaming at subordinates who showed up with incomplete plans, famous for throwing slide rules across the room when calculations failed to add up, and just as famous for appearing at every major planning session with color-coded maps, updated logistics figures, and a new idea for how to shave an hour off unloading times. By the time of the Gilbert and Marshall Islands campaign in late 1943 and early 1944, Turner had shaped amphibious assault into something approaching a science. He knew that war wasn't just about blowing things up. It was about getting men, machines, fuel, ammo, and water ashore before the tide turned, before the enemy regrouped, before the beachhead collapsed. His work culminated in two of the most complex operations in the Pacific War, the invasions of Iwo Jima and Okinawa. At Iwo Jima, in February 1945, Turner commanded the Joint Expeditionary Force that landed the U.S. Marines onto a volcanic hellscape guarded by fanatical Japanese resistance. The island was small, just 8 square miles, but it was ringed with bunkers, tunnels, and artillery. Turner's assault plan was relentless. He unleashed days of pre-invasion bombardment, managed the movement of hundreds of ships, including battleships, cruisers, transports, and landing craft. He integrated airstrikes from nearby carriers, and when day arrived, he unleashed wave after wave of landing craft onto the black sands of Iwo Jima. The casualties were horrific. The Japanese refused to surrender. Every inch of ground was contested. But Turner's machine didn't stall. Supplies kept flowing. Evacuation routes stayed open. Reinforcements arrived on schedule. 36 days later, the island was in American hands. Then came Okinawa. April 1945, the last and largest amphibious assault of the Pacific War. Turner again commanded the invasion force over 1,300 ships, 180,000 troops, and a logistical operation so complex it made day at Normandy look almost tidy by comparison. He landed U.S. forces across multiple beaches, coordinated naval gunfire from dozens of warships, and managed air support across the largest naval battle in history. The kamikaze attacks were constant. The seas were filled with smoke, fire, and oil. But Turner's force held. By June, Okinawa was secured, and the path to Japan's home islands lay open. Turner had done it. From the first landing at Guadalcanal to the final assault at Okinawa, he had planned, organized, and executed more amphibious operations than any other commander in the war. He had rewritten naval doctrine with each operation. He had transformed amphibious warfare from a desperate improvisation into a repeatable, lethal process. He earned the nickname Terrible Turner, not for cruelty, but for intensity. He was exacting, uncompromising, and unafraid to demand the impossible. He was promoted to full admiral. He served as commander of the Pacific Fleet's amphibious forces and later as the head of the Naval War College. He retired in 1947 and died in 1961. Today, the Navy still uses his methods, his checklists, his blueprints, his playbook. Because Turner didn't just win battles, he made victory landable. He showed that war could be moved, inch by inch, through coral and blood. That the sea wasn't just a defense, it was a highway. That an army on a beach isn't a risk, it's a message. And that when it comes to amphibious assault, precision is firepower. But while Turner's legacy lived in beachheads and landing craft, the next admiral's story was told in the night and duels of radar and silhouette, where gunnery met ghosts and battleship instincts collided with new age tactics. He was a marksman, a hunter, and his guns spoke not in salvos but in certainty. Willis A. Lee Jr. Some admirals shout their way into history, some carve it out of coral with bulldozers and beachheads. But then there are those who slip through the smoke with radar-lit eyes, watching the horizon with icy calm, calculating the distance, the angle, the wind, and then speaking only once, through steel. Admiral Willis Augustus Chingley Jr. was a man of silence, not because he had nothing to say, but because his guns could say it better. In a war obsessed with carriers, torpedoes, and island landings, Lee brought something almost anachronistic to the battlefield. Naval gunnery at its most precise, most lethal, most final. He didn't chase headlines, he hunted destroyers, and when the night turned blackest, it was Lee who fired last. He was born in 1888 in Natley, Kentucky, far from the oceans that would eventually carry his legend. Like so many of the great admirals, he entered the U.S. Naval Academy young, graduating in 1908. But unlike his peers, Lee brought something else with him: marksmanship. He wasn't just a good shot, he was a world-class shooter. In the 1920 Olympics in Antwerp, Lee competed for the United States in 7 shooting events and medaled in every one. He took home 5 golds and a silver, a future admiral out shooting the world. That eye for accuracy never left him. He served in World War I aboard battleships, cruisers, and destroyers, honing not just his leadership skills, but his understanding of fire, control the mathematical art of hitting something far away with devastating force. During the interwar years, as others maneuvered through politics, Lee obsessed over gunnery, range tables, turret drills, ballistic performance. He read radar like scripture. And then came World War II. At first, he served in planning and training roles. He was the gunnery guru, the guy who knew more about naval gunfire than most textbooks. But war has a way of dragging geniuses onto the stage. In 1942, Lee was given command of Task Force 64, built around the battleship USS Washington. The Pacific was aflame. Guadalcanal was a meat grinder. The Japanese Navy was still operating with confidence, moving heavy ships through Iron-Bottom Sound like executioners on patrol. American forces were spread thin. Night battles were brutal, often fought blind and at point-blank range. Then came November 1942. The naval battle of Guadalcanal had already taken its toll. U.S. and Japanese forces had collided in multiple engagements. Destroyers had been shredded, cruisers battered. On the 14th of November, the Japanese sent a powerful force to finish the job, led by the battleship Kirishima. Waiting in the dark was Willis Lee. He had 2 battleships, Washington and South Dakota, plus a screen of destroyers. His ships were equipped with radar, still new and not fully trusted. Japanese doctrine emphasized night optics and spotters. The ocean was pitch black. What happened next became legend. As the battle began, South Dakota suffered power failures and was illuminated by Japanese spotlights. She took heavy fire. Lee, aboard the Washington, kept silent, then opened fire at 18,000 yards. 9 16-inch guns erupted. Shells arced across the night sky and slammed into Kirishima. The Japanese ship never stood a chance. Lee's gunnery was brutal. In less than 10 minutes, Washington scored over 20 hits. Kirishima was left burning, listing, and ultimately scuttled. Lee had executed the perfect battleship kill. No American ship had ever before destroyed an enemy battleship in a one-on-one duel since the age of sail. And he'd done it in the dark, under fire, with calm calculation and flawless radar-guided precision. The battle ended. The Japanese withdrew. The Allies held Guadalcanal. It wasn't just a victory. It was a message. American radar fire control worked, and Lee, the Olympic marksman turned admiral, was its prophet. After Guadalcanal, Lee's star ascended. He was promoted to vice admiral and given command of the fast battleship divisions attached to the growing carrier fleets. But his role changed. The war was evolving. Carriers were now dominant. Battleships provided gunfire support and screening duties. But Lee adapted. He became the ultimate guardian, his ships, stationed around the flat tops, always ready to punch holes in anything that got too close. He fought in the Philippines, at Leyte Gulf, and off Okinawa, always there, always precise. But he never got another Washington versus Hiroshima moment. Naval battleship duels were fading into history, replaced by air wings and submarine shadows. Lee's gunnery, perfected over decades, now found fewer targets, but the Navy still needed him. Because gunnery wasn't just about shooting, it was about discipline, timing, control. And Lee had more control than anyone in the fleet. He kept drilling his crews, kept refining fire control systems, kept writing and rewriting procedures. The sailors under him respected his calm, his confidence. He never yelled, he never panicked. But his decisions were like shells delivered fast, hard, and with finality. After the war, Lee served in administrative roles, helping shape post-war fleet structure and gunnery training. He was preparing to take command of the Atlantic Fleet when, in August 1945, just days before the Japanese surrender, he died of a heart attack at age 57. It was a quiet end for a man who had made noise into an art form. Today, few outside naval circles know his name. There are no movies about him, no iconic quotes. Just the unflinching record of a man who mastered the transition from optical sight to radar screen, from ship-to-ship vision to abstract calculation, and never lost his aim. His one great duel at sea, Battle of Guadalcanal, remains the last true battleship slugfest in American history. But his legacy is more than that. Every time a naval gun battery hits a target from beyond the horizon, every time a radar lock translates into a precision strike, every time a fire control officer calculates range and time and says, "Fire," that's Lee. The marksman, the quiet one, the one who didn't fire first but fired last. And as his generation passed the torch from battleships to carriers, from optics to electronics, the Navy entered a new era where brains mattered as much as brawn. The next admiral didn't just command, he theorized. He turned sea power into a science and made every nation in the world stop and listen. Please remember the rules of minimum length, 1,700 words, and no political commentary. Continue writing the next segment. Alfred Thayer Mahan. Before the battleships, before the steel, before the great white fleet flexed across the world's oceans like a nation uncoiling its claws, there was a man with a pen. And from that pen flowed the blueprints of global strategy, not maps or maneuvers, but ideas so potent they redefined warfare itself. Admiral Alfred Thayer Mahan didn't lead fleets into battle. He didn't fire broadsides or ride through typhoons. He didn't win a single battle, but he may have won the next century. Because Mahan didn't command the Navy, he redefined it. He was the architect of sea power, the mind behind the doctrine, the compass for the modern Navy, and the man whose theories launched more ships than any admiral who ever lived. He was born in 1840 at West Point, New York. His father, Dennis Hart Mahan, was a renowned military theorist at the U.S. Military Academy. So the air young Alfred breathed was saturated with strategy and systems. But instead of following his father's footsteps into the Army, Alfred entered the Naval Academy at Annapolis, graduating in 1859. His early career was respectable but unremarkable. He served aboard various ships during the Civil War, including blockaders and support vessels. He saw action, learned ship handling, experienced the hard rhythm of sea duty. But he was not a hero in the traditional sense. He wasn't known for decisive commands or swashbuckling bravery. He was a thinker. And it was the peacetime, decades after the Civil War, when the Navy was shrinking, rusting, and drifting, that Mahan came into his own. He began to write, to teach, to think. In 1885, Mahan was appointed to the Naval War College in Newport, Rhode Island. It was a newly founded institution, known of the first of its kind, designed not to train men in tactics, but in strategy. In the why behind the how. There, Mahan found his mission. His lectures evolved into manuscripts. His manuscripts became books. And in 1890, he published his magnum opus, The Influence of Sea Power Upon History, 1660, 1783. The title was dry. The contents were dynamite. In this dense, precise, thunderous book, Mahan laid out his central thesis. The fate of empires and nations has always been, and will always be, determined by control of the sea. He argued that no great power could thrive without a powerful navy, that trade, expansion, defense, and influence all depended on maritime dominance, that decisive battles at sea were more than just spectacles, they were turning points of civilization. And he backed it up. He drew on the examples of Britain, France, and Spain. He analyzed the Dutch Republic. He studied how control of choke points, trade routes, and colonial outposts translated into national strength. His style was methodical, but the implications were radical. Nations took notice. The book spread like wildfire across naval academies, military circles, and political cabinets, not just in the United States, but across Europe and Asia. The Royal Navy endorsed it. German naval officers pored over it. Japan's future fleet planners read it in translation. Even Theodore Roosevelt, then a rising political star, was an early Mahan disciple. Mahan's ideas became doctrine. He wasn't just theorizing. He was shaping fleets. His vision called for a blue water navy, a fleet capable of projecting power across oceans, not just hugging coastlines. He rejected the then dominant doctrine of commerce raiding or coastal defense. He wanted battleships. He wanted squadrons. He wanted sea lanes locked down under steel and discipline. And in the 1890s, the United States began to listen. Mahan's influence converged with a new vision of American power. The country was growing, industrializing, expanding westward. And now, with Mahan's compass, it looked outward. The result? The U.S. Navy transformed from a scattered flotilla of outdated cruisers into a rising juggernaut. New battleships were laid down. Naval bases were established overseas. Training and strategy took on new urgency. By the time the Spanish-American War erupted in 1898, Mahan's fingerprints were everywhere. The U.S. Navy, freshly modernized, crushed Spanish fleets at Manila Bay and Santiago. The victories weren't just military. They were Mahanian. They demonstrated sea control, strategic choke points, and power projection in action. The Philippines, Guam, and Puerto Rico didn't just become American territories. They became nodes in a global maritime network. Mahan didn't stop writing. He followed up with more books. The Influence of Sea Power Upon the French Revolution, Sea Power in Relation to the War of 1812, and others. He analyzed ancient and modern history, always with one eye on maritime relevance. He was prolific, dogmatic, relentless, not without criticism either. Some accused Mahan of being too fixated on battleships, too dismissive of commerce raiding or smaller vessels. Some said he ignored geography. Others argued he failed to account for diplomacy or land power. But even critics acknowledged Mahan had changed the conversation. He retired from active naval duty in 1896, but continued to write, advise, and lecture until his death in 1914. By then, the world had taken his theories and run with them sometimes into disaster. Germany's naval buildup before World War I? Inspired in part by Mahan. Japan's decision to build a battleship-centered fleet in the early 20th century? Mahan again? Britain's dreadnought arms race? Mahan, echoing through every admiralty. Even the rise of the modern U.S. Navy with its global bases, strategic sea lanes, and focus on maritime deterrence traces back, in part, to that unassuming professor in Newport. Mahan was no warmonger. He didn't lust for conquest. But his theories were weapons, and nations used them. He showed that history wasn't just shaped by men and maps, it was shaped by navies. That control of the sea wasn't just a convenience, it was destiny. And in doing so, he gave the United States a mirror and a mission. Today, the phrase sea power echoes in every naval strategy meeting, every admiral's briefing, every shipyard budget. Carrier groups, submarine patrols, freedom of navigation operations, they're not just tactics, they're manifestations of an idea born in Mahan's lectures. And while he never fired a gun in anger, never commanded a fleet in battle, Alfred Thayer Mahan changed the Navy in a way no cannon blast ever could. His influence was invisible, but absolute, a sea change made of syllables. But while Mahan's ideas set the stage, the next name on our journey took those ideas into the fire, into hand-to-hand combat, gun decks, and the living heart of the early Navy. He was young, he was fearless, and when he boarded enemy ships, it wasn't with theory but with pistols, sabers, and sheer audacity. Stephen Decatur. There are legends who write treatises, there are legends who win battles, and then there's Stephen Decatur, a man who boarded enemy ships with a cutlass in one hand and a reputation in the other. A man who made his name not through politics or policy, but by staring down enemies from the gunwales of their own ships and saying, "My turn." In the early 19th century, when the United States Navy was barely more than a promise wrapped in sailcloth, Stephen Decatur was its swagger, its sword, its myth made flesh. Born in 1779 in Maryland, Decatur was the son of a Revolutionary War naval officer. The sea ran in the family like blood. He joined the Navy as a midshipman at age 19, young, brash, and already sizing up the officer corps like a man who expected to outrank them. And he was right. By age 25, Decatur was the youngest man in U.S. history to reach the rank of captain. He would fight duels, raid harbors, and face off against the greatest naval powers on Earth and survive it all. For a while. But Decatur's legend was forged in fire, not ceremony. And it began in the Mediterranean, in a war few remember but one that announced the U.S. Navy to the world. The First Barbary War. In the early 1800s, the Barbary States' North African kingdoms on the Mediterranean coast had made piracy into a business. They attacked merchant ships, captured crews, and demanded tribute. Most European powers paid the price. The young United States did not want to. President Thomas Jefferson sent the Navy. In 1803, Decatur was assigned to the USS Enterprise and later the USS United States, but it was his daring raid in 1804 that became the stuff of legend. Here's the setup. The American frigate, USS Philadelphia, had run aground near Tripoli and been captured. The ship, still intact, was hauled into the enemy harbor, armed, guarded. If the Tripolitans could refit it, it would be used against American forces. Enter Stephen Decatur. At just 25 years old, Decatur volunteered to destroy the Philadelphia in its harbor. Under cover of night, aboard a small, captured vessel disguised as a local ship, Decatur and a hand-picked crew of 80 men sailed into Tripoli harbor right under the noses of enemy defenses. What happened next was nothing short of cinematic. Decatur boarded the Philadelphia, overwhelmed the surprise crew with brutal close-quarters combat, and set fire to the ship. The blaze lit up the harbor like a beacon. Then, before reinforcements could swarm them, Decatur and his men escaped, droning back into the Mediterranean darkness as the flames behind them roared. British Admiral Lord Nelsono, stranger to naval glory, reportedly called it the most bold and daring act of the age. Back in the States, Decatur was a hero. Congress awarded him a sword, promotions followed, but Decatur wasn't finished. In the War of 1812, he commanded the USS United States, a heavy frigate that squared off against the British warship HMS Macedonian. It was a duel of iron and oak, fought with discipline and devastating broadsides, Decatur emerged victorious. He brought the captured Macedonian back to the U.S. as a Prizia floating trophy to rally a nation battered by war. He fought again aboard the USS President, but this time his luck faltered. Trapped by a British squadron while trying to break a blockade, Decatur's ship was battered and captured. He was taken prisoner but treated with respect. Even his enemies admired him. Because Stephen Decatur didn't just win battles. He commanded fear. His charisma was molten, his courage radioactive. Subordinates idolized him, enemies respected him. He was the kind of officer who walked into a room and redefined its gravity. And yet, he also made enemies, personal ones. Decatur was fiercely loyal to his men, to the Navy, to what he saw as honor, but he was also quick to offend, blunt in criticism, and ruthless with rivals. In peacetime, that made him a magnet for conflict. After the War of 1812, Decatur continued to serve with distinction. He helped negotiate treaties, oversaw naval reforms. And in 1815, he returned to the Mediterranean this time to end the Second Barbary War. He didn't bring negotiations, he brought gunboats. Decatur's squadron forced the Day of Algiers to the table. With a show of force and zero tolerance for stalling, he secured peace on American terms. No more tribute, no more piracy. It was fast, efficient. Decatur-style diplomacy, backed by cannon. But on the 22nd of March, 1820, everything stopped. Decatur died in a duel. The irony was cosmic. After surviving naval duels with Britain's best, piracy in Tripoli, storms at sea, and hand-to-hand boarding actions, he was killed in a gentleman's dispute over honor, politics, and bad blood. His opponent? Commodore James Barron, a fellow officer with whom Decatur had feuded for years. The duel took place in Bladensburg, Maryland. Both men fired. Both were hit. But only Decatur died. He was 41. The news rocked the Navy. A hero lost not in battle, but in bureaucracy and ego. But death couldn't erase the image. Stephen Decatur was, and remains, the face of the early U.S. Navy. His portrait hangs where strategy meets bravado. He was not a philosopher. He was not a tactician. He was a fighter. He once declared, "Our country. In her intercourse with foreign nations, may she always be in the right. But our country, right or wrong." It wasn't political. It wasn't policy. It was personal. And it echoed across every deck he stood on. Today, his name is emblazoned on destroyers, submarines, and naval installations. But his real legacy isn't steel or structure. It's the standard he set. Be bold, be fast, be lethal. When the United States was still learning to stand, Decatur taught it how to punch. Understood. Continuing with the next segment as requested, George S. Patton IV. In a lineage saturated with military glory, George Smith Patton IV stood not in his father's shadow but beside it. Not as an echo of a legacy, but as a forged identity of his own carved out in Cold War jungles, scorched desert wind, and the steel tracks of armored division warfare. A soldier's soldier, yes but one often overlooked in the sweeping annals of American command. Though technically not a naval admiral, Patton IV's name occasionally surfaces in multi-service leadership conversations because of his powerful presence as a general officer in the U.S. Army, and for an unusual reason, his receipt of the Navy Cross. It's one of the Navy and Marine Corps' highest decorations awarded to a man who never commanded a ship but understood what it meant to fight alongside sailors and Marines in close, coordinated combat. He was born on the 24th of December, 1923, in Boston, Massachusetts, the only son of General George S. Patton Jr., the firebrand of World War II who had led American tank forces across Europe like a thunderstorm made flesh. For most sons, that would be a crushing comparison. For Patton IV, it was gravity. Inevitable, grounding, constant. He didn't try to escape it. He embraced it. He attended West Point and graduated in 1946, too late for World War II, but right on time for the next era of American conflict. Korea was waiting. Vietnam was waiting. The Cold War was waiting. And George S. Patton IV would meet them all. He began his military career with a heavy name and a heavier set of expectations. The Army didn't give him a pass. He had to earn his stripes. And he did over a 34-year career that would take him through 3 wars, 5 combat tours, and some of the most complex command roles of the modern American military. Patton IV first saw combat during the Korean War, serving as a young officer with the 8th Cavalry Regiment. It was a different war than the one his father had fought. Not sweeping armor charges or blitzkrieg maps, but hills, trenches, and winter. Close combat, bitter retreats. It was a test of endurance, not just maneuver. He passed it with distinction. By the 1960s, Patton IV had risen to lieutenant colonel and volunteered for Vietnam. There, his combat experience intensified. He didn't watch the war from headquarters or advise from a distance. He was in it, commanding the 11th Armored Cavalry Regiment, leading patrols, ordering fire missions, and walking into ambush zones where the jungle ate sound and bullets traveled sideways. It was during his second Vietnam tour that Patton earned the Navy Cross. The citation reads like a war story carved out of chaos. On the 5th of March, 1968, in Binh Duong Province, Patton's unit came under intense enemy fire. Instead of falling back, he led an assault, personally directing tank fire, maneuvering through enemy positions and rallying troops in a contested zone crawling with gunfire and uncertainty. Under relentless fire, he refused to retreat. He moved forward, coordinated infantry and armor with pinpoint control. When communications broke down, he restored them. When morale wavered, he stiffened it. And when victory demanded it, he put himself in the line of fire, because command, to Patton IV, meant showing up. The Navy Cross wasn't a ceremonial gesture. It was the Navy and Marine Corps recognizing that on the worst day, with the worst odds, Patton had fought like hell and led like hell. In Vietnam, he became a known quantity, not a figurehead, not a famous son coasting on reputation, but a tactician, a leader. A man who understood how to operate across services, how to connect artillery with armor, how to coordinate air cover with jungle patrols. He was awarded 2 Distinguished Service Crosses, the Distinguished Flying Cross, a Silver Star, the Bronze Star, the Purple Heart, and a stack of other decorations that read like an inventory of American valor. But perhaps his greatest accomplishment was less visible. Patton IV was instrumental in refining combined arms warfare, the very thing his father had championed in Europe. In Vietnam, it wasn't just about tanks. It was about helicopters, infantry, close air support, and real-time intelligence, coordination across branches, fast, mobile, and lethal. He understood joint warfare, lived it, breathed it. By the 1970s, he had risen to command major armored units in Europe, including the 2nd Armored Division, his father's former unit. He was one of the few officers in U.S. history to command the same division his father had made famous, and he did it not as a legacy play, but as a full-circle command. The Cold War in Europe was tense. The Fulda Gap was still a real fear, and armored warfare was not an abstraction. It was the chessboard. His command was sharp, modernized, and respected. He worked on NATO integration, cross-training with Allied forces, and preparation for what could have been a Soviet invasion across the East German border. Even after retiring in 1980, Patton stayed active in military affairs, veteran advocacy, and policy circles. But he never sought the spotlight. That had never been his way. He died in 2004, not with fanfare, not with the thunder his father might have summoned, but with respect, with silence, the kind that follows a life well lived, under a name well worn. His burial was quiet, but the symbol, loud. He was interred at the Patton family plot at the American Cemetery in Luxembourg, right next to his father. 2 men, 2 wars, 1 standard. While George S. Patton IV never became a household name, and while he wasn't a naval admiral in the traditional sense, his Navy Cross and his inter-service leadership during America's most complex wars placed him in a unique space. A soldier who knew how to fight with sailors, how to lead under joint fire, and how to earn respect without asking for it. His story is a bridge between the old glory of battlefield cavalry and the grim math of Cold War logistics, between the chest-thumping image of wartime command and the silent precision of modern maneuver. And while his medals hang heavy, the heaviest thing he carried was always that name and the obligation to prove that honor doesn't come with the bloodline. It comes with action. Next, we return to the ocean, where tradition met innovation once again, this time in the hands of an admiral who took a struggling post-World War I fleet and turned it into a force of modern precision, shaping doctrine and pushing the Navy toward relevance in a rapidly changing world. William S. Sims. Before the roar of jet engines, before nuclear reactors hummed beneath steel hulls, before guided missiles blinked red across digital screens, there was an era when naval warfare teetered between centuries caught, somewhere between the thunder of old cannons and the precision of modern doctrine. That uncertain transitional age needed a mind capable of pulling the Navy forward not with brute force, but with relentless reform. Enter William Sowden Sims, the man who declared war on mediocrity, the admiral who aimed not just for victory at sea but for intelligence in the fleet. Sims was not a product of traditional naval glory. He didn't win his legend with a decisive battle. He didn't climb the ranks on the backs of sea monsters or dreadnought duels. His legacy was built differently, through pen, through persistence, through endless, grating confrontation with the Navy's status quo. He was, in essence, the Navy's most effective troublemaker. Born in 1858 in Port Hope, Ontario, Canada, Sims moved with his American family to Pennsylvania and entered the U.S. Naval Academy in 1876. He graduated in 1880, not with honors, but with hunger. The Academy gave him rules. The ocean would give him rebellion. His early career was quiet, marked by various sea assignments, but beneath the surface, a fire was building. Sims had a problem with how things were done, and more importantly, he had a solution. That solution? Gunnery. In the late 19th century, the U.S. Navy's gunnery was, frankly, a mess. Accuracy was low, training was inconsistent, ships could sail the globe but couldn't reliably hit a moving target. Sims saw this firsthand and became obsessed with improvement. In 1900, he was assigned as the Navy's inspector of target practice. Most officers would have treated this as a routine job. Sims turned it into a crusade. He studied British methods. He learned from the Royal Navy's top gunners. He copied data, diagrams, and drills. Then he took it all back to Washington and hit a wall of indifference. So he did what no officer was supposed to do. He went over his superiors' heads, way over. He wrote directly to President Theodore Roosevelt. The letter, as bold as it was insubordinate, laid out the failings of American naval gunnery and detailed how to fix them. Roosevelt, famously allergic to stagnation, agreed. He promoted Sims to gunnery reform czar. Sims unleashed a storm. He instituted standardized gunnery training, implemented competitive firing drills, introduced new sighting systems and range-finding techniques. Within 2 years, U.S. battleship accuracy had skyrocketed. He didn't stop there. Sims became a vocal advocate for modernization across the fleet. He championed ship design changes, intelligence integration, and strategic coordination. He helped lay the groundwork for what would later be called fleet problems, large-scale exercises that tested the Navy's actual war readiness rather than its bureaucratic comfort. His methods earned him enemies. He was loud, relentless, often abrasive, but they also earned him respect. By 1917, the world was at war. Europe was drowning in trenches and barbed wire. German U-boats were sinking Allied ships with impunity, and America was about to enter the fight. Sims, now a Rear Admiral, was sent to London to serve as the senior U.S. naval representative to the British Admiralty. Once again, he found himself in the thick of resistance, logistics, and friction. The British were skeptical. The Americans were new. But Sims knew how to work across cultures and, more importantly, across egos. He quickly established rapport with British commanders and pushed for aggressive convoy systems to protect merchant ships. This wasn't a popular idea at the time. Many believed convoys slowed commerce and invited mass attack. But Sims had data, and he had conviction. Convoys were implemented, U-boat effectiveness plummeted, merchant tonnage losses declined. The tide of the war at sea began to turn. Sims didn't just follow orders. He coordinated Allied strategies. He helped align American resources with British operations. He oversaw the deployment of U.S. destroyers and subchasers to Europe. He was the linchpin between two navies that had to learn to fight as one. In 1918, World War I ended. The seas were still, the dead were counted, and Sims returned home a hero. Sort of. In classic Sims fashion, he immediately set about criticizing the Navy's performance during the war. He testified before Congress, published essays, and called out the delays, miscommunications, and inefficiencies he believed had cost lives. The backlash was swift. Admirals don't usually write exposés, but Sims was never usual. Despite the political fallout, he was appointed president of the Naval War College in 1917 and again in 1919, where he refined his greatest legacy, strategic education. At the War College, Sims transformed naval instruction. He didn't just teach officers how to fight, he taught them why. He emphasized critical thinking, wargaming, and scenario planning. His courses trained future admirals who would go on to fight World War II. He laid intellectual foundations that stretched across decades. Through tactical simulations and rigorous analysis, he changed the way the Navy thought about combat, moving it from instinct to intellect, from tradition to theory. He retired in 1922 but continued to write and lecture. In 1921, he published The Victory at Sea, a detailed account of naval operations in World War I. The book won the Pulitzer Prize for History, and it wasn't just a memoir. It was a mirror reflecting both triumph and failure, with none of the usual varnish. Sims died in 1936, but by then, his ideas had outlived him. When World War II erupted, the Navy's ability to coordinate across oceans, integrate fleet elements, and respond dynamically to threats could be traced, in part, to Sims's insistence on planning, preparation, and rigorous command thinking. He was never a romantic figure. He didn't have Decatur's sword or Nimitz's empire. He was more like a steel file slowly grinding the rough edges off a shipyard full of habits. And when you look at today's Navyot, its training cycles, its gunnery precision, its strategic modeling, there's a ghost in the system. A voice muttering, "Aim better, think harder, prepare more." That voice is Sims. Next, we sail into even stranger waters. A fleet of submarines with no diesel, no surfacing, no sunlight. Just atom-split silence and pressurized steel guided by the engineer who dragged the Navy, screaming, into the nuclear age. Hyman G. Rickover. In the halls of the Pentagon, they called him the Admiral. Not an admiral, the Admiral, as if he were the only one who mattered, as if no one else wore the stars. It was not a compliment. It was a warning. If you heard Hyman G. Rickover was coming, you didn't straighten your uniform, you checked your soul. Because Rickover didn't command ships, he commanded futures. He didn't win a battle, he reinvented an entire navy. He was a destroyer of traditions, a slayer of inefficiency, and the single most disruptive force the U.S. Navy had ever known. He was also the father of the nuclear fleet B, sheer force of will. Hyman George Rickover was born on the 27th of January, 1900, in Mako Mazowiecki, then part of the Russian Empire, now in Poland. His family immigrated to the United States in 1906, settling in Chicago. They were poor, Jewish, and determined. Rickover embodied that energy, relentless, sharp, and allergic to failure. He graduated from the U.S. Naval Academy in 1922, already infamous among his classmates for his abrasiveness and intellect. He wasn't the kind of man who got along, he was the kind who got ahead. He served aboard destroyers, earned a graduate degree in electrical engineering from Columbia University, and steadily worked his way into the Navy's technical corps. Rickover had no illusions about charm. He didn't do diplomacy, he didn't cultivate allies, he cultivated results. Through the interwar years and into World War II, Rickover's career tracked toward engineering and logistics rather than frontline command. He managed shipyard production, oversaw electrical systems aboard vessels, and gained a reputation for ferocious attention to detail. But it was after the war, when the atom was no longer just theory, but history, that Rickover found his moment. In 1946, the U.S. Navy began exploring the possibility of nuclear propulsion. It was mostly theoretical. The idea that ships, especially submarines, could operate on reactors instead of diesel was seen as ambitious at best, science fiction at worst. Rickover didn't see fiction, he saw the future. He threw himself into the project. He studied reactor design, harassed the Atomic Energy Commission, made enemies in every department he touched, and bulldozed his way into authority. What he lacked in finesse, he made up for in obsession. Rickover didn't believe in good enough. He believed in total control. He created the Naval Reactors Branch within the Atomic Energy Commission, and eventually served as director of both that and the Navy's nuclear propulsion program. It was an unprecedented dual appointment, civilian and military. Rickover had maneuvered into a position of absolute authority, and he used it. In 1955, the USS Nautilus, the world's first nuclear-powered submarines, lipped beneath the sea, with Rickover's name etched invisibly across every weld. It was a revelation. Unlike diesel-electric submarines, the Nautilus didn't need to surface. It could run silent and deep for months. It was fast, efficient, and invisible. It rewrote every playbook. But Rickover wasn't satisfied. Over the next 3 decades, he oversaw the design, construction, and maintenance of every nuclear-powered vessel in the U.S. Navy. Submarines, aircraft carriers, reactor facilities. He created entire infrastructures of training and safety, insisting that no reactor ever failed under his watch. None ever did. He designed the selection process for nuclear officers himself. Interviews were legendary. Rickover would sit across a desk and break down your psychology in seconds. He'd ask obscure math questions, grill candidates on their moral compass. Sometimes he'd just sit silently, waiting for you to flinch. He hated complacency, hated bureaucracy, hated shortcuts. And most of all, he hated incompetence. He was known for personally reviewing training manuals, technical diagrams, and crew rosters, for rejecting officers who didn't meet his impossible standards, for replacing entire project teams midstream if he suspected sloppiness. His subordinates feared him, Congress tolerated him, presidents couldn't fire him. He held power across administrations, through military reorganizations and political purges. From Truman to Reagan, Rickover stayed untouchable, because no one else could do what he did, and everyone knew it. By the 1970s, the U.S. Navy's nuclear fleet was unmatched. Nuclear-powered submarines patrolled silently across every ocean. Nuclear carriers projected force without needing fuel. America could respond anywhere, anytime, indefinitely. And all of it, the whole system traced back to Rickover. But his empire had costs. He was notorious for micromanagement, for bureaucratic warfare, for making enemies out of admirals, scientists, and defense contractors alike. He was abrasive in public hearings, sarcastic in memos, and openly hostile to shortcuts. Some called him a genius, others a tyrant. He called himself responsible. In 1982, after over 60 years of service, Rickover was finally forced into retirement at age 82. It took the direct intervention of the Secretary of the Navy and the President to make it happen. Even in departure, Rickover didn't go quietly. He criticized defense budgets, nuclear safety standards, and lax leadership. He continued to write, lecture, and warn. He died in 1986. But the machines he built and the standards he imposed remained. Today, the U.S. Navy operates dozens of nuclear-powered vessels. They are safer, cleaner, and more efficient than most civilian nuclear reactors. They have never suffered a reactor accident. Not one. That's Rickover's ghost, prowling every engine room, watching every gauge. He didn't just build a fleet, he built perfection. He turned a volatile, terrifying science into the most reliable engine in naval history. He made reactors that could cross the world submerged and never fail. He showed that you don't need charisma to lead. You need results. You don't need approval to succeed. You need standards. And sometimes, to change the world, you don't need a war. You just need one man who refuses to compromise. Thomas C. Kinkaid. In a war where admirals became icons and fleets became floating cities, Thomas Casson Kinkaid carved a reputation not through thunderous speeches or headlines, but through something far rarer: coordination. In an era when the Pacific was boiling with ambition, egos, and overlapping commands, Kinkaid stood at the eye of the storm, a calm, precise operator in a cyclone of bullets, bureaucracy, and burning ambition. He was the admiral who stitched the chaos together, who made amphibious warfare work on two fronts, who could take orders from the army, direct the navy, and make it all look almost seamless. If war is a dance, Kinkaid was the man counting the beats. Born in 1888 in Hanover, New Hampshire, Kinkaid entered the U.S. Naval Academy in 1904. His father, a rear admiral, had set the precedent. But young Kinkaid didn't ride his father's wake, he carved his own. Graduating in 1908, Kinkaid's early service reflected the Navy of the era: battleships, destroyers, and assignments across a globe where gunboat diplomacy still spoke louder than treaties. He cut his teeth in the Great White Fleet generation, served aboard the USS Nebraska, and by World War I was operating with naval intelligence and commanding destroyers in the Atlantic. Kinkaid wasn't flashy, he wasn't theatrical, but he was deeply competent. That word competent would become his defining feature, and in a war as complex as the one waging in the Pacific, competence was everything. Between the wars, Kinkaid climbed the ranks. He studied. He taught. He served as a naval attaché in Italy. He worked on submarine warfare, gunnery instruction, and fleet exercises. By the late 1930s, he was a rear admiral, trusted by the brass, respected by peers, and crucially, available just as the world began to fall apart. When Japan attacked Pearl Harbor in December 1941, the Pacific command structure fragmented into multiple spheres: central, southwest, and north. Each had its own geography, command style, and political weight. Kinkaid would end up serving in nearly all of them. First stop, the Aleutians. In 1942, Japan launched a lesser-known campaign to occupy parts of Alaska's Aleutian Islands, Attu and Kiska. The weather was apocalyptic, the terrain miserable. It was a sideshow compared to Midway and Guadalcanal, but it mattered because it was U.S. soil. Kinkaid was given command of the North Pacific Force. His job was to clean up the mess, kick the Japanese off the islands, and do it without the luxury of reinforcements, warm weather, or predictable visibility. The Aleutians were a constant knife fight through fog and snow, but Kinkaid handled it with quiet ferocity. His campaigns, there particularly the planning and execution of amphibious landings under horrific conditions, proved he could make joint operations function. He coordinated Army, Navy, and even Canadian forces, driving the Japanese out by mid-1943. That's when he got the big job. In 1943, General Douglas MacArthur, commander of the Southwest Pacific area, needed a naval commander he could work with. One who would support his island-hopping strategy up the northern coast of New Guinea and into the Philippines. He needed someone who wouldn't challenge him publicly, who wouldn't wrestle over credit, who would deliver precision, not politics. He got Kinkaid. Appointed commander of the 7th Fleet, Kinkaid suddenly became responsible for everything. Amphibious landings, naval gunfire support, convoy protection, air cover coordination, and integration with Allied land forces. The 7th Fleet wasn't the shiny centerpiece of the Navy. That title belonged to Admiral Nimitz's Central Pacific Command. Kinkaid's fleet was the workhorse, the logistical leviathan, the one pushing slowly, bloodily, through jungles and reefs. Kinkaid accepted the role without ego. He understood that strategy wasn't about glory. It was about sequencing. He led dozens of amphibious operations up the New Guinea coast, from Hollandia to Biak to Morotai, one harder than the last. His forces transported tens of thousands of soldiers, landed them on enemy beaches under fire, provided naval bombardment, and extracted them weeks later. His secret weapon? Synchronization? Kinkaid ran his fleet like a conductor runs an orchestra. Landings hit the beaches within minutes of schedule. Bombardments were coordinated to the second. Airstrikes, radar screens, supply drops, gunfire, all connected by a rhythm only he could hear. By late 1944, the next target loomed: the Philippines. It was personal. The islands had been a key American possession before the war. Their capture by Japan had been a national trauma. MacArthur had promised to return. Kinkaid was now the man who would get him there. The Battle of Leyte Gulf, October 1944, was the ultimate test. It was the largest naval battle in history. 4 separate engagements, hundreds of ships, multiple fleets converging across hundreds of miles. And Kinkaid, commanding the 7th Fleet, found himself at the center of the most chaotic, consequential moment of the entire war. Here's the scene. As Allied forces landed at Leahy, Kinkaid's fleet provided support. At the same time, Admiral William Halsey's 3rd Fleet, reporting to a separate chain of command, moved north, lured away by a Japanese decoy force. Kinkaid believed Halsey was covering the San Bernardino Strait. He was not. Through that gap came a powerful Japanese battleship force, including the infamous Yamato. It was barreling toward the vulnerable landing beaches, defended only by Taffy III, a small group of escort carriers and destroyers. Kinkaid, realizing the danger, ordered his forces to respond. The ensuing battle, known as the Battle off Samar, was one of the most heroic last stands in naval history. Kinkaid's outgunned escort ships attacked with torpedoes, laid smoke, and harassed the Japanese with such ferocity that the enemy force withdrew. Kinkaid, scrambling assets, coordinating reinforcements, and managing the chaos in real time, helped avert what could have been a catastrophe. The cost was high, but the landing force survived. The invasion succeeded. Kinkaid had done the impossible. He had made MacArthur's plan work, in spite of a divided command structure, uncertain communications, and a surprise enemy maneuver. And then he did it again. After Leyte, he oversaw the invasion of Luzon, then the landings in the southern Philippines. Over and over, he delivered the goodsman, firepower, and precision. And when the war ended, he left the service not with fanfare or parades, but with respect, deep, quiet respect. Kinkaid retired in 1950, having served 42 years in uniform. He had earned the Navy Distinguished Service Medal multiple times, foreign decorations from Allied nations, and the admiration of soldiers and sailors alike. But more than medals, he left behind a model of joint warfare, of humility and leadership, of excellence without ego. He wasn't flamboyant, he wasn't loud, he didn't court attention, but in a war where coordination was the difference between success and disaster, Kinkaid was the glue. Today, when military planners talk about amphibious operations, joint force integration, or the complex ballet of air-land-sea synchronization, they're speaking a language Kinkaid helped write. And now, as our journey through the ranks of legendary admirals continues, we move to a man who inherited the storm of post-war uncertainty and built a new Navy not from battleships or battle cries, but from structure, vision, and post-war strategy. He was the one who defined the peacetime pivot, and his name was Forrest Sherman. Forrest Sherman. He didn't command a fleet at Midway. He didn't launch Day. His name isn't splashed across war memorials or dramatized in Hollywood reenactments. But Admiral Forrest Percival Sherman, the 12th Chief of Naval Operations, was something else entirely. A master architect of post-war strategy. He didn't just rebuild the Navy after World War I. They redesigned it for the future, rewired it for the Cold War, and reshaped the service from a blunt force into a surgical instrument of deterrence, diplomacy, and precision. And he did it all before his 55th birthday. Forrest Sherman was born on the 30th of October, 1896, in Merrimack, New Hampshire. He entered the U.S. Naval Academy in 1913, just as the world teetered toward war. He graduated early in 1917, just in time for America's entry into World War I, and was commissioned as an ensign. He saw his first action as a young officer aboard destroyers operating in the North Atlantic. It was rough, brutal work convoy escort, anti-submarine patrol, and survival against a new kind of enemy, the underwater one. But Sherman's early career wasn't marked by raw heroics. It was marked by something more subtle, clarity. He absorbed systems. He understood scale. Where others saw battle lines, Sherman saw supply chains. By the 1930s, his intellect had caught the Navy's eye. He attended the Naval War College, served in the Bureau of Aeronautics, and gained exposure to naval aviation, a field that was then evolving from novelty to necessity. He didn't just study planes. He understood them. This would become a critical part of his career. When World War II exploded across the Pacific, Sherman was already deep inside naval aviation strategy. He served as Chief of Staff to Vice Admiral Marc Mitscher, commanding carrier task forces at the front lines of the Pacific Campaign. It was a position of enormous responsibility, where the line between planning and annihilation was razor thin. Sherman became the nerve center of Mitscher's operations. He helped plan the campaigns that leapfrogged through the Central Pacific Gilberts, Marshalls, Marianas, and beyond. Each step closer to Japan demanded a complex coordination of airstrikes, ship movements, logistics, and timing. Sherman's contribution? Making sure it all worked, without ego, without error. At the Battle of the Philippine Sea, known to history as the Great Marianas Turkey Shoot, Sherman's operational fingerprints were everywhere. His strategic input helped ensure that U.S. carrier forces had the edge in aircraft, radar, and deployment. The result? Over 500 Japanese aircraft destroyed in a single engagement, a decapitation of the Imperial Navy's air power. Sherman wasn't in the cockpit, but the pilots flew with his plans under their wings. By 1945, he was Vice Chief of Naval Operations, essentially the second highest ranking officer in the Navy. He was only 49. When the war ended, Sherman didn't get to rest. The Navy, flush with victory, was also swimming in chaos. Massive demobilization, rapid technological change. A brand new global adversary, the Soviet Union. The atomic age had begun, and everything had to be rethought. And that's when Sherman truly rose. In 1949, following a string of leadership turnover and political infighting, Forrest Sherman became Chief of Naval Operations. At age 53, he was the youngest CNO in history. It was not a ceremonial position. The Navy was in trouble. Post-war budget cuts were savage. New branches, especially the U.S. Air Force, were fighting for control of strategic missions, especially nuclear delivery. The infamous Revolt of the Admirals had just shaken the Pentagon. A bitter inter-service feud over the cancellation of the supercarrier USS United States and the prioritization of Air Force strategic bombers. Into that storm walked Sherman. He didn't yell, he didn't grandstand, he didn't flinch. Instead, he rebuilt. Sherman understood that survival didn't mean winning. Arguments it meant making the Navy indispensable, so he pivoted hard toward modernization and integration. He emphasized three core principles: adaptability, efficiency, and relevance. First, he restructured the Navy's approach to nuclear power and guided missile development. Sherman greenlit research and funding into new propulsion systems, which would soon lead to the Navy's nuclear-powered submarines. He supported early initiatives for ballistic missile technology, knowing that sea-based nuclear deterrence would become a critical piece of national strategy. Second, he reorganized fleet command structures for the Cold War. The U.S. Navy was no longer just a Pacific and Atlantic tool. It had to be global. Sherman pushed for unified commands, forward-deployed assets, and mobile task forces. He anticipated the future of flashpoints: Korea, Taiwan, the Mediterranean, the Arctic. He knew that the next war might come from anywhere, and the Navy had to be everywhere. Third, he rebuilt morale. The post-war Navy had hemorrhaged talent. Veterans were leaving. Recruits were confused. Sherman, always pragmatic, pushed for reforms in training, pay, and retention. He also understood the value of communication not just with sailors, but with Congress, with allies, and with the public. He wasn't flashy, he wasn't theatrical, but he was deeply strategic, and slowly he stabilized the ship. When war broke out in Korea in 1950, the Navy was ready. Sherman's efforts ensured that carrier task forces could deploy instantly, that Navy aircraft could strike deep into the peninsula, that amphibious landings like MacArthur's bold assault at Incheon could be supported with overwhelming naval power. Once again, Sherman wasn't in the cockpit or the landing craft, but once again, the entire operation ran on blueprints with his fingerprints. He was a builder of conditions. Under his leadership, the Navy became more than a blunt instrument. It became a flexible, deployable, nuclear-capable force that could operate independently or alongside NATO, the Air Force, or Army units. He understood interdependence before it was doctrine. But Sherman's legacy was cut short. In July 1951, he traveled to Europe for a series of high-level NATO and military meetings. The Cold War was heating up. Coordination with allies was paramount. But in Naples, Italy, he suffered a massive heart attack. He died on the 22nd of July, 1951. He was 54. The shock rippled through the Pentagon. The youngest chief of naval operations had died in office. But the Navy he left behind wasn't the one he'd inherited. It was smarter, faster, tougher, future-proof. Sherman didn't need a great battle to prove his greatness. His weapon was foresight. His theater was the command room. His battlefield was the blueprint. Today, a class of guided missile destroyers bears his name. The Arleigh Burke class includes the USS Forrest Sherman. These ships are technological marvels exactly, the kind of multi-role, forward-deployed assets Sherman envisioned. He's remembered by sailors who never saw his face. They sail the oceans he structured. They man the ships he forecast. They inherit the navy he stabilized. Because if victory in war is a matter of heroism, peace in its aftermath is a matter of planning. And Sherman was the planner-in-chief. Next, we step into another post-war battlefield, not in the heat of the Pacific, but in the social and technological turbulence of the Vietnam era. A time when old traditions collided with new realities, and one admiral stepped forward to drag the Navy into the future, one directive at a time. Elmo R. Zumwalt Jr. Some admirals are defined by the battles they fought, others by the fleets they commanded. But Admiral Elmo Russell Zumwalt Jr. was defined by something far messier, far more volatile, and far more urgent: change. Not the kind you win with torpedoes or airstrikes, but the kind you bleed for in briefing rooms, policy memos, and late-night phone calls. The kind of change that makes enemies, not medals. The kind that turns a battleship into a battleground. He was not a war hero in the traditional sense, though he had seen combat. He was not a theorist like Mahan, nor a technological oracle like Rickover. But he was something even rarer, a reformer in uniform. A man who looked at the U.S. Navy as it stood at the end of the 1960s, sex-haunted by Vietnam, eroded by internal friction, haunted by attrition, and dared to ask, what if we make it better? Elmo Zumwalt was born on the 29th of November, 1920, in San Francisco, California. He was sharp, serious, and determined from a young age. He graduated from the U.S. Naval Academy in 1942, right in the furnace of World War II, and was promptly thrown into the Pacific. His first major assignment was aboard the USS Phelps, a destroyer that participated in several key campaigns in the Pacific theater. He quickly proved himself calm under fire, a student of tactical systems, and unusually attentive to the morale of the sailors under him. He wasn't one to bark orders from the bridge and call it leadership. He walked the decks, learned names, listened. After the war, his ascent was steady. He served in a variety of commands destroyers, staff roles, international posts. But it was his time in the office of the Chief of Naval Operations, and later in the Bureau of Naval Personnel, that revealed his true nature. He wasn't there just to administer. He was there to disrupt. By the late 1960s, the Navy was in trouble, deep trouble. It wasn't the size of the fleet, or its firepower, or its reach across the globe. It was something harder to measure. Morale, retention, relevance. The Navy was bleeding, experienced sailors. Rigid traditions clashed with the social upheavals sweeping America. Young officers and enlisted men were leaving or worse, staying and disengaging. The Vietnam War had fractured the institution. And the enlisted ranks, especially among minority sailors, were boiling with frustration. Zumwalt was tapped for command of naval forces in Vietnam in 1968. There, he ran Operation Sealord San, aggressive, coordinated interdiction campaign in the Mekong Delta designed to disrupt Viet Cong supply lines and force the enemy into unfavorable engagements. It was hard, wet, thankless work, riverine warfare in jungle arteries, where ambush was a constant threat. But Zumwalt excelled at it. He coordinated Navy patrol boats, air support, and South Vietnamese forces into a surprisingly effective machine. He pushed the limits of shallow water operations, used swift boats to harass enemy traffic, and personally visited forward bases to understand the daily grind his sailors faced. It was therein, the humidity, chaos, and noise of Vietnam, that Zumwalt's transformation from warfighter to reformer began. In 1970, he was appointed Chief of Naval Operations, the youngest in U.S. history. He was 49, and he arrived at the Pentagon like a lightning strike. From day one, he made it clear. The Navy wasn't just going to adjust, it was going to evolve. His signature weapon, the Z-grams? These were policy memos of theme each, one a bullet through the heart of an outdated system. They came fast, they came loud, they came without warning. Z-gram 1 ended mandatory beard restrictions. Z-gram 6 integrated women into the officer corps more fully. Z-gram 57 initiated the Equal Opportunity Directive, one of the most sweeping personnel reforms in Navy history. He banned racially discriminatory hair regulations. He allowed sailors to wear civilian clothes off-duty. He fought against petty uniform inspections and arbitrary rules that turned naval life into a gauntlet of humiliation for junior sailors. The old guard hated it. Zumwalt was accused of coddling the troops, of undermining discipline, of turning the Navy into a social experiment. He didn't care, because the data didn't lie. Retention was rising, enlistment was stabilizing. Sailors who had considered leaving now saw a path forward. Minority sailors who had been shut out were being promoted. Women were getting real roles. The Navy wasn't just surviving, it was recruiting the future. But reform came with costs. Zumwalt was under constant attack from within the hierarchy. Critics said he was too fast, too aggressive, too political. But he knew the real enemy wasn't dissent, it was stagnation. And it wasn't just personnel he transformed. Zumwalt saw the future of naval warfare as mobile, decentralized, and technologically nimble. He prioritized new ship classes, the Oliver Hazard Perry, class frigates, designed to be affordable and numerous. He saw the Navy not as a floating fortress, but as a network where speed, agility, and electronic warfare would define the next conflict. He also pushed for modernization in command systems, communications, and fleet integration. He laid the groundwork for a Navy that could dominate both sea and information space. When he retired in 1974, he left behind a Navy that looked different. Smaller in some ways, leaner, but more awake, more open, more aware of the sailors who made it run. Zumwalt wasn't universally loved, he wasn't universally remembered, but he was universally impactful. After retirement, he continued to speak out on issues related to the military, veteran affairs, and leadership. He published his autobiography, On Watch, in 1976, a title that reflected how he saw his entire career, not as command, but as responsibility. And when he died in 2000, he was buried at the U.S. Naval Academy Cemetery, not just as a former CNO, but as a symbol of something deeper, a Navy willing to change. Today, sailors board a ship named after him, the USS Zumwalt, a stealth destroyer that looks more like a spaceship than a warship. It's a symbol of technological edge, forward thinking, and radical design. Fitting, because Elmo Zumwalt didn't fight to preserve the Navy of the past. He fought to design the one that hadn't been built yet. And as our story continues, we now turn to a man who redefined what it meant to rise in the Navy, not from the academy, not from a family of admirals, but from the deck plates of the enlisted ranks. A man who broke barriers not with reforms, but with example. Jeremy Michael Borda. Most admirals enter the Navy through the U.S. Naval Academy, rising through a structured hierarchy shaped by tradition and tested by time. They begin with polished shoes, white gloves, and rings that sparkle with legacy. Jeremy Michael Borda didn't He started with a mop and a bunk in a barracks. He started with salt in his hair and steel under his boots. He was not bred for brass. He earned it. All of it. Jeremy Mike Borda was the first chief of naval operations to rise from the enlisted ranks, a seismic departure from the norms of Navy command. But Borda didn't care about norms. He cared about sailors. Not as a concept, not as a talking point, but as a brotherhood. He had been one, and that made all the difference. He was born on the 26th of November, 1000, 939, in South Bend, Indiana. His family wasn't military. His father ran a furniture store. His upbringing was working class, modest, grounded. At age 16, he dropped out of high school and, in 1956, enlisted in the Navy. He didn't arrive as an officer candidate or a prodigy. He arrived as a seaman recruit to the very bottom of the food chain, cleaning, scrubbing, standing watch. But even as a teenager, Borda had a fire in him, not the kind that blazes for attention, but the kind that smolders, quietly powering a furnace of ambition. He worked, he watched, he absorbed. The Navy took note. He was selected for a program that allowed enlisted sailors to attend officer candidate school. In 1962, he was commissioned as an ensign. He'd clawed his way up not through privilege or pedigree, but through performance. And he never forgot it. That journey unheard of then, rare even now, gave Borda a perspective that would shape his entire command philosophy. He didn't see leadership as a perch. He saw it as proximity to people, to problems, to the truth. Borda's early assignments were in destroyers and cruisers, conventional surface ships that demanded both technical skill and human savvy. He was sharp, approachable, relentlessly detail-oriented. He didn't try to outshine his peers. He just outperformed them. He served in Vietnam, commanding a swift boat along the riverine labyrinths of the Mekong Delta. It was dangerous, unpredictable, workless grand strategy, and more improvisational survival. Patrols turned deadly in seconds. Ambushes came with the tide. Borda's crew respected him because he didn't lead from the cabin. He led from the bow. As he advanced through the ranks, he carried that same ethic. He wasn't known for being loud in meetings, but when he spoke, people listened. He had a way of cutting through bureaucratic fog, of seeing the issue not just as a policy, but as a person. If a sailor's uniform was wrong, if a rule was hurting retention, if a command was drifting, Borda noticed and fixed it. By the late 1980s, Borda had become a flag officer admiral. In 1991, he was given command of U.S. naval forces in Europe and Allied forces Southern Europe during the Balkan crisis. It was a volatile theater. Yugoslavia was dissolving, NATO was unsure of its role, and naval forces were suddenly being asked to perform diplomatic, humanitarian, and combat operations simultaneously. Borda didn't flinch. He led airstrikes, naval blockades, and coordinated multinational efforts with the precision of a man who understood both strategy and the delicate pressure of politics. He navigated complex alliances, language barriers, and uncertain rules of engagement, not with bravado, but with relentless calm. When he returned to Washington, his resume was glowing, his reputation unshakable, and in 1994, he was appointed Chief of Naval Operations, the highest position in the U.S. Navy, and the first enlisted man to hold it. It was historic. He didn't celebrate. He got to work. The Navy he inherited was struggling under the weight of post-Cold War recalibration. Budgets were tightening, missions were sprawling, sailors were tired, scandals had rocked leadership confidence. The world was changing, and the Navy was stuck between identities. Borda didn't command from behind a desk. He traveled constantly over 200 days a year, visiting ships, bases, and commands around the globe. He spoke with sailors, not just officers. He ate in mess halls. He listened. He took notes. He adjusted. He implemented sweeping reforms aimed at sailor quality of life, improved housing, streamlined assignment rotations. He made it easier for junior sailors to speak up, to report issues, to be heard. He also focused on operational readiness, not just hardware, but human systems, training, support, communication, the details that no one noticed until they went wrong. And then, in 1996, it all unraveled. On May 16 of that year, Borda, still serving as CNO, was found dead in his home at the Washington Navy Yard. The cause: suicide by gunshot. The news shattered the Navy. The immediate question was, why? Media reports had begun questioning whether Borda was entitled to wear certain combat valor decorations on his uniform, specifically the V device for valor. These devices are authorized under very specific conditions and policies. Borda had worn them on medals earned for his Vietnam service, but questions had been raised about whether those devices were officially approved. Borda had removed the devices from his uniform when the controversy emerged, stating he'd never intended to deceive. But the scrutiny mounted. Publicity swelled. Investigations loomed. On the day he was supposed to meet with reporters about the issue, he wrote 2 notes, one to his family, one to the Navy. Then he went home and pulled the trigger. The loss was more than personal. It was institutional. The Navy had lost not just a leader, but a symbol. A man who had climbed from the lowest rank to the highest seat, who knew the pain, pressure, and promise of service at every level. In the aftermath, there were investigations, tributes, theories. But Borda's legacy is not the controversy. It's the mission. He taught an entire generation of officers that leadership is not about titles or war stories or ribbons. It's about care, about showing up, about walking the decks when it would be easier to stay in the office, about remembering that behind every statistic is a sailor, behind every policy, a person. He was called the Sailor's Admiral. Not because it sounded nice, but because it was true. Today, Borda's story is taught not just in classrooms, but in whispers, in the way officers carry themselves, in the way commands are evaluated, in the way the Navy listens to its own. A man who never went to the academy, who never wore airs, who never forgot where he came from. A chief of naval operations who understood that the highest office in the fleet still answers to the lowest bunk on the ship. Grace Hopper. In the annals of naval history, lined with admirals commanding fleets, bombarding shores, or outmaneuvering enemy squadrons, there is exactly one who waged her war in bits and bytes, inside rooms, humming with the first breath of artificial intelligence. Her battlefield was abstract, her weapons invisible, and her victories foundational to the very logic of modern warfare. Rear Admiral Grace Brewster Murray Hopper was not a destroyer of navies. She was their architect in the information age. She didn't command battleships. She built the language they would use to think. Hopper was born on the 9th of December, 1906, in New York City. Her childhood was filled with curiosity and dismantled gadgets. She took apart alarm clocks to figure out how they work. That instinct to deconstruct, understand, reimagine never left her. She graduated from Vassar College in 1928 with a degree in mathematics and physics, and later earned her Ph.D. in mathematics from Yale in 1934. At a time when most military leadership couldn't differentiate between a vacuum tube and a transistor, Grace Hopper already saw what was coming. Computation not as calculation, but as transformation. She joined the U.S. Naval Reserve in 1943, at age 37, already older than many recruits and already a professor of mathematics. World War II had opened doors, but Hopper kicked them off the hinges. She was assigned to the Bureau of Ordnance Computation Project at Harvard University, where she worked with the Mark I, the first large-scale automatic calculator in the United States. The Mark I was not a sleek laptop or a pocket device. It was a room-sized beast 50 feet long, weighing 5 tons, full of relays and rotating shafts. Most people looked at it and saw a glorified adding machine. Grace Hopper saw the beginning of a revolution. She became the first person to write a user manual for the machine. She translated equations into processes, human queries into mechanical sequences. She became fluent in the dialect between people and machines. But she didn't stop at understanding computers. She wanted them to understand us. In the years following the war, as the Navy demobilized and the Cold War ramped up, Hopper stayed in the computation world working for the Eckert-Mauchly Computer Corporation and later Remington Rand. She was part of the team that developed the UNIVAC 1, the first commercial computer in the U.S. It was during this period that Hopper began her campaign to make programming more accessible. Most early computers required instructions in raw machine codea language of ones and zeros so arcane and brittle that even the smallest error could crash an entire process. Hopper believed that computers should not only be faster, but smarter, more human, more intuitive. So she invented the compiler. A compiler is a program that translates human-readable code into machine-executable code. It allows programmers to write in something closer to English rather than binary gibberish. Hopper's first compiler, known as the A0 system, was the seed from which nearly all modern programming languages grew. Colleagues told her it couldn't be done, that machines would never understand anything but raw code. Hopper disagreed. Her persistence gave rise to Flowmatic, the first English-like data processing language. And from Flowmatic came COBOLTH, Common Business-Oriented Languageone, of the most enduring programming languages in history. To this day, thousands of legacy systems in finance, defense, and government still run on COBOL, decades after its creation. And all of them trace back to Hopper. The Navy didn't always know what to do with her. She left active service in 1946, but was recalled again and again because no one else could quite do what she did. Eventually, she was commissioned as a full Navy officer, rising to the rank of Rear Admiral by 1985. She was 79, but rank was just a formality. Hopper had already outranked most minds on Earth. She became a one-woman institution, the Navy's high priestess of code. She taught, lectured, advised, and evangelized for a vision of computing not as an elite domain, but a universal tool. She traveled thousands of miles each year, visiting bases, schools, and corporations, always with a bundle of wire in her pocket. It was 11.8 inches long. "This," she would say, holding up the wire, "is a nanosecond." She used it to explain how far light travels in 1/billionth of a second, hammering home the physical consequences of slow code, bad design, or poor hardware. It was part joke, part teaching aid, part sermon. And it stuck. People remember the wire more than the white papers. That was Hopper's magic. She had a mind like a motherboard and the delivery of a street magician. She could make abstract logic feel like a card trick you could learn if you just thought about the problem hard enough. In an age when most of the military was focused on shipyards, missiles, and global deployments, Hopper saw the future hiding in processors. She didn't just modernize the Navish, turned it digital. She also refused to retreat into the ivory tower of academia or the boardrooms of tech. She stayed with the sailors, the officers, the students. She believed everyone could learn, everyone could code, everyone could speak the new language. Her mantra became a kind of gospel. It's easier to ask forgiveness than permission. Not exactly the motto of a traditional admiral, but then Hopper wasn't traditional. She broke every mold, rewrote every form, hacked every system. And she did it not for vanity or validation, but because it worked. By the time she retired again in 1986, she had served more than 4 decades in the Navy. Presidents gave her medals, universities gave her honorary degrees, companies gave her consulting roles. But the best reward? The Navy made a ship in her name. The USS Hopper, DDG-70, an Arleigh Burke, class-guided missile destroyer, was commissioned in 1997. A warship with stealth tech, networked systems, and firepower so precise it could turn coordinates into catastrophe. It's fitting, because Grace Hopper never needed a weapon to win. She taught the Navy how to think differently, how to build tools that weren't just stronger but smarter. She trained generations of sailors, engineers, and programmers to stop fearing the machine and start shaping it. And in the end, her legacy isn't just in the code bases of COBOL, or the processors she tamed, or the command structure she digitized. Her legacy is in every system that works better because someone, somewhere, dared to ask, is there a simpler way? And as we continue our march through history's hardest-hitting admirals, we now encounter a man whose climb was as improbable as it was inspiring a man who rose from the deck plates to the highest office in the fleet, proving that steel doesn't come from stars, but from struggle. Jeremy Michael Borda. He was the sailor's admiral, the kind of man who didn't inherit command but earned it watch by watch, deck by deck, over the course of a career that defied the traditions of naval hierarchy. Admiral Jeremy Michael Borda didn't come from a legacy family, didn't graduate from Annapolis, and didn't have a pedigree carved in marble. He had something rarer, perspective from the bottom up. He rose not because the system was designed to let him, but because he refused to stay down. And in doing so, Borda became the first chief of naval operations to rise from the enlisted ranks, an achievement that would have been unthinkable in any other era by any other man. Borda's story begins in South Bend, Indiana, where he was born on the 26th of November, 1939. He was working class, small town, and restless. He dropped out of high school at 16, and at 17 he did something that would change his life forever. He enlisted in the United States Navy. The year was 1956. The Cold War was turning up the heat. Nuclear submarines were prowling the oceans, carrier groups were drawing lines of power across the globe, and the Navy was transforming into a high-tech Leviathan. And into this machine walked seaman recruit Jeremy Borda. He started in the trenches, literally, mess duty, chipping paint, standing watch in the freezing dark. But Borda wasn't interested in survival. He was interested in excellence. He studied. He worked. He took every opportunity to learn. Eventually, he was selected for the Naval Enlisted Scientific Education Program, which allowed him to attend college. He studied at the University of Rhode Island, earned his commission in 1962, and re-entered the fleet this time as an officer. The sailor had become an ensign. What followed was a tour de force of service that spanned destroyers, frigates, cruisers, and command roles. Borda didn't specialize in public relations or ceremonial posts. She specialized in people. He listened to sailors, remembered their names, walked the decks, and asked the questions most officers didn't think to ask. What are you missing? What's broken? What's not working? His crews loved him. His peers respected him. And the system slowly began to realize that Borda wasn't just a good officer. He was a transformational one. He served in Vietnam aboard the USS Pine Island, and later aboard the USS Brooke, USS Belknap, and USS White Plains, moving from weapons officer to executive officer to commanding officer. He didn't move up because of who he knew. He moved up because no one could outwork him. In the 1980s, as the Navy evolved into a post-Vietnam force and embraced new technologies, Borda found himself increasingly at the center of change. He held key positions in personnel policy, fleet operations, and administrative command, learning how the Navy truly ran. In 1988, he became Chief of Naval Personnel, the officer responsible for the entire human side of the Navy. It was a natural fit. Borda understood sailors because he had been one. He overhauled training pipelines, modernized career paths, improved retention strategies. He didn't just write policies, he rewrote the assumptions behind them. By 1991, during the Gulf War, Borda was commander of U.S. Naval Forces Europe and Allied Forces Southern Europe, based in Naples. He was responsible for NATO coordination in the Mediterranean, the Adriatic, and the Balkans. The war in the former Yugoslavia was spiraling. Ethnic violence, mass displacements, and NATO interventions created a theater of confusion and urgency. Borda managed carrier strikes, naval blockades, and intelligence sharing, all while coordinating with allies, many of whom didn't always agree. It was a diplomatic nightmare. Borda navigated it with steel composure. Then came 1994. Chief of Naval Operations, Admiral Frank Kelso, was stepping down. The position CNOI, the highest-ranking officer in the United States Navy. It's the Admiral's admiral. And for decades, it had gone only to those from the traditional mold. Annapolis graduates, fast-track flag officers, the polished elite. Borda broke the mold. On the 23rd of April, 1994, he became the 25th Chief of Naval Operations. And for sailors across the fleet, it felt like a revolution. Here was a CNO who had been where they stood, who knew what a bad bunk smelled like, who understood what it meant to scrub decks, miss home, and stand mid-watch with eyes burning and stomach empty. But Borda wasn't content to be a symbol. He had work to do. He launched initiatives to cut bureaucracy, improve fleet readiness, and reduce unnecessary deployments. He knew that the post-Cold War Navy needed to be agile, not bloated, responsive, not reactive. He introduced what became known as the fleet-focused model, directing funding and policy to where it mattered most: operational units, training commands, and sailor welfare. He brought back the concept of SWO, Surface Warfare Officer, qualification as a professional standard, tightening expectations. He emphasized ethics, readiness, and leadership at every level. He also made himself visible. Borda toured ships constantly, showed up unannounced, talked to enlisted men and women without filters. He didn't bring an entourage. He didn't demand salutes in the galley. He asked questions, took notes, followed up. And sailors noticed. He was one of them. But now, he was leading them. His tenure wasn't long, but it was seismic. He pushed hard for the integration of women in combat roles aboard ships. He tightened rules of conduct while also expanding access to support services. He balanced tradition with progress, not by issuing decrees, but by listening. Then came May 16, 1996. A day no one saw coming. Borda, at age 56, died by suicide at his home in the Washington Navy Yard. The shock was absolute. The Navy, the Pentagon, and the public struggled to process it. In the days that followed, speculation swirled over media scrutiny regarding Borda's uniform and service ribbon, specifically, whether he was authorized to wear certain devices earned during Vietnam. Borda had always insisted on accountability. He had also taken intense personal responsibility for everything under his command. And when questions arose, whether from misunderstanding, error, or pressure, they hit him where it hurt most: his integrity. But Borda's legacy is not the way his story ended. It's the way he lived it. His entire career was a rebuke to entitlement. A thunderous reminder that leadership is not born from tradition, it is earned through trust. He taught the Navy that the sailor on the bottom rung might one day wear stars. That policy made from the bridge isn't enough, it has to be lived on the mess deck. That listening is not weakness, it's command. Today, the Navy remembers Borda not just as the 25th CNO, but as a man who stood for the values beneath the uniform, who rose from the decks, who didn't forget where he came from even when he stood at the top. And next, we shift from resilience to resistance, to a man who spent 7 brutal years in captivity, yet never broke, never bent, and emerged not only with honor intact but with the wisdom to lead from pain. A vice admiral, a philosopher, a prisoner of war. His name was James B. Stockdale. James B. Stockdale. There are admirals who rise through the ranks by maneuvering ships, commanding squadrons, and organizing war games. Then there is Admiral James Bond Stockdale, whose war was not fought on the open sea, but inside the concrete walls of a North Vietnamese prison. His battlefield was solitude. His weapon was willpower. And his legacy? a code of resilience forged not in steel but in suffering. Stockdale was a warrior philosopher, a stoic, a man who lived in pain and emerged with clarity. And what makes him stand apart in the ranks of American admirals is not how many ships he commanded or how many medals he wore, it's that he chose to endure agony so others might survive. Born on the 23rd of December, 1923, in Abingdon, Illinois, James Stockdale was raised with Midwestern grit and classical discipline. He graduated from the U.S. Naval Academy in 1946, during the final echoes of World War II. But his journey toward greatness didn't start in combat. It started in thought. Stockdale became a naval aviator in 1950. He flew fighter jets fast, lethal, precise, the new face of American air power. He served in the Korean War, sharpening his skills, earning a reputation for discipline and deadly precision. He rose steadily through the officer corps. But Stockdale wasn't content with being a pilot. He wanted to understand. So in 1962, the Navy sent him to Stanford University for graduate studies in international relations. There, Stockdale found the ideas that would later save his mind. He studied Epictetus, the ancient Greek Stoic who taught that we cannot control events, only our responses to them. This wasn't just classroom philosophy for Stockdale. It was preparation for war. And war came. In 1964, as the Vietnam conflict escalated, Stockdale was assigned to command Carrier Air Wing 16 aboard the USS Oriskany. He flew missions over North Vietnam, commanding formations through enemy fire, leading pilots into the heart of darkness. Then, on the 9th of September, 1965, everything changed. While flying a combat mission over North Vietnam, Stockdale's A-4 Skyhawk was hit by anti-aircraft fire. His plane spiraled, he ejected, he landed in a village, and within moments, he was surrounded, captured, and bound. He would not be released for 7.5 years. 7 years in captivity, 4 in solitary confinement, 2 in leg irons, hundreds of days of torture. He wasn't just a prisoner. He became the senior-ranking officer held in the infamous Hanoi Hilton. The North Vietnamese wanted to use him, to break him, to parade him in propaganda broadcasts, but they had picked the wrong man. Stockdale understood something most did not. Pain is temporary. Character is eternal. He became the spiritual leader of the POWs. He organized resistance, created covert communication systems, taught prisoners to endure, to resist, to outlast. He enforced a code of conduct that was part military, part moral. Prisoners would take beatings rather than betray one another. They developed tap codes on cell walls. They memorized names and ranks to keep track of who was still alive. When the North Vietnamese tried to use Stockdale in a televised propaganda broadcast, he smashed his own face with a stool to make himself unpresentable. He slit his own scalp with a razor. He would rather be disfigured than used. He understood that to submit was to doom the rest, so he bore the weight for them. Years passed, torture continued, but Stockdale never gave them what they wanted. And finally, in February 1973, after 2,714 days in captivity, Stockdale came home. But he wasn't the same. No one could be. He stepped off the plane with a limp, permanent injuries, and a body that had been pushed to its absolute limit, but his mind, his spirit was unbroken. He returned to active duty, promoted to Vice Admiral, given command of the Naval War College, where he reshaped curriculum around ethics, philosophy, and the existential core of warfare. Because Stockdale understood something few military leaders ever truly confront. War isn't just a matter of strategy, it's a test of the soul. At the War College, he taught not only tactics but meaning. He pushed officers to ask themselves why they served, what they valued, what they would endure. He believed leadership was not about authority, it was about sacrifice. He also lectured widely on Stoicism, blending the teachings of Epictetus with his own harrowing experience. His speeches weren't academic, they were sermons from a man who had lived his philosophy in the pit of hell. He wrote several books, most notably, In Love and War, co-authored with his wife, Sybil, who had fought tirelessly for the rights and recognition of American POWs during his captivity. Their partnership was a testament to mutual courage, one from the inside, one from the outside. In 1976, Stockdale retired from the Navy. He was awarded the Medal of Honor, America's highest military decoration, for his extraordinary leadership and resistance under torture. But medals were never his mission. Stockdale was after something deeper. He wanted the military to confront the human cost of warfare. Not just in blood and treasure, but in identity. He wanted officers to prepare not just their weapons, but their wills. And then, in 1992, Stockdale re-entered the national spotlight in an unexpected way. He was chosen as Ross Perot's running mate in the U.S. presidential election, a vice presidential candidate, a public intellectual in the gladiatorial arena of politics. The campaign was strange. The debates, awkward. Stockdale, a stoic, reserved, deeply philosophical, was out of place among soundbites and zingers. But his role wasn't to win, it was to remind the country what honor looks like. After the election, Stockdale returned to writing, teaching, and private life. He never sought attention. He remained, until the end, a man of measured silence and towering presence. He died in 2005, at age 81, leaving behind a legacy not just of service, but of serenity under pressure. Today, his name graces the USS Stockdale, DDG 106, a guided missile destroyer ship, forged not in firepower alone, but in moral clarity. And within the ranks of those who lead, those who teach, and those who endure, the story of James B. Stockdale echoes like a challenge. Can you stay true when everything is taken from you? Can you resist when all logic says surrender? Can you lead, not because you're unafraid, but because others need you to be? The next chapter of our journey shifts gears again from a man of silence to a man of systems, from the agony of prison to the politics of post-war policy, from spiritual resistance to institutional transformation. A man who helped define the Navy's peacetime direction in the wake of the great war admiral Robert E. Kuntz. Robert E. Kuntz. In the years after the guns of World War I fell silent, and the world stumbled into a fragile, uncertain peace, a different kind of admiral took the helm of the U.S. Navy not defined by battlefield heroics or explosive victories, but by organization, vision, and a relentless pursuit of naval readiness during a time of shrinking budgets, political ambiguity, and global recalibration. Admiral Robert Edward Kuntz was not a wartime celebrity, but he was one of the most important Navy figures of the interwar period, a bridge between eras, an engineer of infrastructure, and a quiet architect of American naval reach in a world still catching its breath. Born on the 11th of June, 1864, in Hannibal, Missouri, Kuntz grew up in a frontier America that was still stitching itself together after the Civil War. He was a product of determination, of the hard-edged discipline that came with small-town resilience. His road to prominence began in 1881 when he entered the United States Naval Academy, graduating in 1885. At the time, the U.S. Navy was little more than a collection of aging wooden ships, a shadow of the great seafaring powers of Europe. Kuntz joined at a low point, and he would spend the next 4 decades raising the ceiling. His early career was spent bouncing between cruisers, gunboats, and battleships. He served in both the Atlantic and Pacific, learning the contours of a navy still transitioning from sail to steam, from coastal patrol to global presence. During the Spanish-American War, he served aboard the USS Charleston, participating in operations in the Philippines. These formative years weren't filled with glamorous commands or sweeping victories, but they were years of apprenticeship. Koontz learned how fleets really worked, how logistics operated, how sailors were trained, how politics interfered, and how warships were only as powerful as the systems supporting them. By the early 20th century, Koontz had earned a reputation for organization and forward thinking. He served in multiple shore assignments, including at the Naval War College, the Bureau of Navigation, which managed personnel, and as commandant of several Navy yards. He was a sailor administrator, a rare hybrid who understood both the sea and the office. Then, in 1919, just months after the Treaty of Versailles, Koontz was appointed Chief of Naval Operations, CNO, the second man ever to hold the title. He succeeded Admiral William Benson, inheriting a navy that had just completed the largest mobilization in its history and was now expected to demobilize with equal speed. It was a poisoned chalice. The Navy had swelled during World War I, acquiring modern dreadnoughts, aircraft, submarines, and a global footprint. But the war was over. Congress wanted cuts. The public wanted peace. And Koontz was given the impossible job of shrinking the Navy without breaking it. So he did what he was best at. He organized. Koontz began methodically restructuring the fleet. He prioritized modernization over mass, pushing for updated ship designs even as older vessels were decommissioned. He emphasized efficiency, streamlining logistics, centralizing command structures, and improving training protocols to keep a smaller navy functioning like a larger one. He also had to confront a new, fast-moving reality: air power. The war had demonstrated that aircraft were no longer just reconnaissance tools. They were weapons, platforms, threats, and opportunities. Koontz understood this, perhaps not with the zeal of a future aviator like Mitscher, but with the cold logic of a systems man. Under his watch, the Navy continued to expand its interest in aviation. Seaplane bases were expanded. Training programs were funded. And most crucial, the support for converting battlecruisers into aircraft carriers took root. The seeds of future naval air dominance were quietly planted during his tenure. And then there was geopolitics. In 1921, Koontz commanded the U.S. fleet on a Goodwill World Crusader, major demonstration of American naval presence. He took the entire fleet to the Pacific and to the Far East, visiting Japan, China, Australia, and New Zealand. It was the largest peacetime deployment in Navy history at that point. But it wasn't just for show. Koontz was sending a message. The U.S. Navy was not retreating into isolation. It was global, and it would remain so. Still, there were limits to what he could do. The 1922 Washington Naval Treaty-Yan International Agreement among major naval power imposed strict limits on warship construction, tonnage, and armament. Koontz, ever the pragmatist, worked to implement the treaty's restrictions without compromising the Navy's strategic posture. This required painful decisions, canceling new ships, scrapping older ones, and navigating diplomatic minefields. But Koontz managed it with surgical discipline. He understood that naval power wasn't just about battleships, it was about readiness, presence, and balance. When he stepped down as CNO in 1923, he left behind a navy that was smaller but sharper, leaner but smarter. He didn't walk away. In the years following his CNO tenure, Koontz continued to serve in senior leadership roles, including as Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. Fleet and Commandant of the Puget Sound Naval Yard. Even in these later assignments, he remained focused on modernization and training, ever the builder. His influence didn't fade. Throughout the 1920s and 1930s, many of the Navy's rising stars, including future World War II, leaders cut their teeth in the post-war structures Koontz helped shape. His fingerprints were everywhere. In fleet composition, training doctrine, operational readiness, and long-term strategy. Koontz died in 1935, just as the next great storm clouds were forming over Europe and the Pacific. He never saw the war to come. But he had prepared the Navy for its eventual confrontation, not by adding more ships, but by adding discipline to the system. To understand Kuntz's legacy is to understand that not all battles are fought in combat. Some are fought in policy meetings, in shipyard contracts, in training syllabi, in quiet decisions that make the difference between readiness and chaos. He didn't have the flair of Halsey, the poetry of Farragut, the tech genius of Rickover. What he had was structure. And in the vacuum left after World War I, when navies were shedding weight, nations were retreating inward, and enemies were beginning to rearm, in secret that structure may have been the only thing holding the line. So, as we chart the lineage of America's greatest admirals, we now move from an interwar master planner to another critical node in the Navy's administrative evolution. A man who would carry the torch into a time of global unease and technological change. The next name on our list, Charles F. Hughes. Charles F. Hughes. If history were written only in cannon fire and carrier strikes, Admiral Charles Frederick Hughes might have gone unnoticed. He did not command fleets in global conflict. He did not stage daring raids or preside over battlefield coups. What he did, instead, was something far subtler and far more critical. He stabilized the United States Navy during a decade that wanted nothing to do with war, but couldn't quite escape its shadow. To understand Hughes is to understand a different kind of admiral alone who served in the lull between the two most devastating wars in human history, and who used that silence not to rest, but to prepare quietly. Methodically, almost invisibly. He was the admiral of the long interlude. Born on the 13th of March, 1866, in Bath, Maine, Charles F. Hughes was shaped by the industrial and maritime pulse of a state that had launched ships for centuries. The sea was in his blood long before he entered the U.S. Naval Academy in 1884. He graduated in 1888 and, like many of his era, stepped into a navy that was still more wooden than steel, more tradition than technology. His early assignments were typical of a late 19th century naval officer duty aboard aging cruisers, long stints in foreign stations, a slow accumulation of rank in a navy still defining itself after the Civil War and before its imperial turn in 1898. But Hughes had something many of his peers lacked: range. He served in the Spanish-American War, saw the rise of the dreadnought era, helped navigate the Navy through the turbulence of early submarine development and the birth of naval aviation. By the time World War I exploded across Europe, Hughes was already a rear admiral with experience across every major arm of the service. In World War I, he served as commander of a battleship division in the Atlantic Fleet, contributing to the protection of Allied shipping against the U-boat threat. While the U.S. Navy didn't engage in many large-scale surface actions during the war, Hughes was part of the critical escort and training infrastructure that allowed American power to be projected quickly and decisively. But Hughes's real rise came after the guns fell silent. In the early 1920s, the Navy found itself in a dangerous paradox. Flush with ships, yet starved of purpose, laden with World War I hardware, yet unsure of its future. America was retreating into isolationism, the Treasury was tightening its belt, and the Navy, like the rest of the military, was rapidly downsizing. And into that vacuum stepped Hughes. In 1925, he was appointed Chief of Naval Operations, succeeding Admiral Robert E. Kuntz. The interwar Navy was his to shape, the future his to forecast. Hughes wasted no time. He understood that the Navy couldn't compete with World War I memories or public pacifism. It had to become invisible, indispensable, and efficient. And to do that, Hughes focused on three pillars: modernization, morale, and diplomacy. Modernization, in Hughes's eyes, didn't just mean bigger ships, it meant better ships. He oversaw the continuation of design improvements across battleships and cruisers, emphasizing fire control systems, armor standardization, and propulsion upgrades. He championed the continued development of naval aviation, pushing for more integration of seaplanes and aircraft carriers despite the resistance from battleship traditionalists. Hughes wasn't an aviator himself, but he understood its strategic value. He advocated for the expansion of pilot training programs and the creation of permanent naval air stations. The Lexington and Saratoga, America's first fleet carriers converted from battle cruisers under treaty limitations, came into active service under his watch. These ships would become testbeds for a new kind of naval warfare, and though it would be decades before their doctrines matured, Hughes made sure they had room to grow. Morale, to Hughes, wasn't just about keeping sailors happy, it was about keeping them capable. He restructured parts of the Navy's personnel management, emphasized continued education, and supported recreational initiatives across fleet units and shore installations. He pushed for reforms in officer training, including curriculum updates at the Naval Academy and War College. He knew that the next war wouldn't be won by admirals who memorized Nelson's tactics. It would be won by those who understood industrial warfare, logistics, and strategic deployment over thousands of miles. And finally, there was diplomacy. Hughes understood that the post-war world was not going to be shaped by gunboat diplomacy alone. The 1920s were the age of disarmament treaties, international conferences, and fragile agreements meant to prevent the next global catastrophe. Hughes attended and influenced U.S. positions during the Geneva Naval Conference and the London Naval Treaty negotiations. These were the settings where tonnage ceilings were debated, where ship classes were defined, where naval arms races were put on pause. It wasn't glamorous work, but it was foundational. By constraining total ship numbers and encouraging innovation within those limits, Hughes essentially forced the Navy to become smarter, leaner, more versatile. In a way, it was strategic austerity. And he managed it all with a demeanor that was famously quiet and deliberate. Hughes didn't posture. He didn't cultivate a media persona. He spent little time on self-congratulation. He let the record speak. And that record was this. Under Hughes's leadership, the Navy navigated one of the most complex, precarious decades in its existence without falling into decay, irrelevance, or chaos. When he stepped down as CNO in 1927, the fleet was modern, efficient, and future-facing. He had laid the groundwork for doctrines that would mature in the Pacific battles of the 1940s. He had defended naval aviation, streamlined training, and held the center in a time of strategic drift. Hughes retired from active duty but remained a key figure in naval circles until his death in 1934. Today, his name doesn't stir the same instant recognition as Nimitz or Farragut. There are no famous quotes or battlefield monuments. But his legacy is there in every carrier deck that launched a squadron, in every fleet exercise that ran on precision, in every policy that bridged the gap between old wars and new ones. Because sometimes, greatness isn't about crisis. Sometimes, it's about avoiding one. And now, from a man who preserved naval strength in the echo of war, we pivot to an admiral who steered the Navy through economic storm clouds and political recalibration during the Great Depression, a time when the sea itself seemed to whisper austerity, and only those with vision could chart a way forward. Next, William V. Pratt. William V. Pratt. To stand at the helm of a military service during a time of peace is one thing. To do it during the Great Depression, when the very idea of defense spending draws scrutiny like a flame, draws moths something else entirely. It requires a certain steel in the soul, a precision in judgment, and a willingness to play the long game when the rest of the world is screaming for short-term savings. Admiral William V. Pratt, Chief of Naval Operations from 1930 to 1933, was precisely that kind of leader. His tenure fell between wars, between generations, and between ideas. He was not a wartime admiral, but he was a wartime mind-applying discipline and foresight to a fleet being slowly chipped away by politics, economics, and the seductive illusions of peacetime security. Born on the 28th of February, 1869, in Belfast, Maine, William V. Pratt entered the U.S. Naval Academy in 1885, graduating 4 years later into a Navy that was still figuring out what kind of force it wanted to be. Steam was replacing sail, steel was replacing wood, and strategy was beginning to move beyond simple gunnery range. Pratt came of age during the transformation of the U.S. Navy from a coastal defense force into a global blue water power. He served in the Spanish-American War and later in the Philippine-American War, commanding gunboats and cruisers across the Pacific and Caribbean. His experience wasn't marked by glory, but by accumulation of knowledge, of understanding, of the systems that made naval dominance possible. What set Pratt apart, even early on, was his ability to see the whole board, not just the battle lines or the command structures, but the interplay between technology, diplomacy, and doctrine. He wasn't a hammer, he was a scalpel. As he rose through the ranks, he became a vocal advocate for modernization, not through volume, but through logic. He taught at the Naval War College, served as the Director of Naval Intelligence, and represented the Navy at multiple arms limitation conferences. These were not glamorous assignments, but they were critical ones. In each, Pratt argued for balance, between force and restraint, presence and provocation, growth and cooperation. And then, in 1930, the real challenge arrived. He was appointed Chief of Naval Operations, a position that, by then, had evolved into the nerve center of the entire fleet. But unlike his predecessors, Pratt was handed a Navy already shrinking. The Great Depression had thrown the United States into economic freefall. Unemployment was exploding. Public trust in government spending was cratering. Congress wanted cuts. The president wanted cuts. The public wanted peace. Pratt had to fight to keep the Navy from vanishing. So he adapted. He wasn't confrontational. He wasn't inflammatory. He wasn't prone to public grandstanding. Instead, Pratt worked behind the scenes to preserve function over form. He reduced fleet operations to save money without sacrificing readiness. He consolidated training to prevent the erosion of skills. He fought to retain vital research programs, knowing full well that tomorrow's war would be won not by numbers, but by preparation. His most controversial decision was to support the London Naval Treaty of 1930, which extended and modified earlier arms control agreements set in place by the Washington Naval Treaty of 1922. The treaty imposed further restrictions on the tonnage of warships and continued to limit naval armament across the major powers. Many in the Navy, particularly among the younger generation of officers, hated it. They saw it as a slow death by diplomacy, but Pratt supported it. Not because he loved treaties, but because he understood what would happen without them. In a world spiraling into economic despair, naval arms races would bankrupt nations and provoke war. Pratt believed that smart limitations, if properly enforced, could buy time to modernize, to refine doctrine, and to maintain relative parity without triggering conflict. And in a very real way, it worked. Despite budget cuts, the Navy under Pratt did not collapse. It adapted. Training became more rigorous. War planning grew more detailed. Naval intelligence deepened. And technological innovation continued in the background. Pratt also pushed for the continued development of aircraft carriers and naval aviation, albeit carefully. The USS Lexington and Saratoga were already proving the concept of carrier-based power, and while the budget allowed little room for expansion, Pratt protected what existed. He saw that the future of sea power was not just in gun barrels, but in hangars. What Pratt lacked in wartime exploits, he more than made up for in strategic stewardship. He held the center, kept the lights on, made sure the gears kept turning, even as the fuel ran low. And when he stepped down in 1933, handing the reins to Admiral William H. Stanley, he did so without fanfare. There were no epic sea battles in his career, no cinematic victories, but there was something even more essential: continuity. Because while heroes win wars, stewards prevent disasters. And sometimes the hardest command is not charging into battle, but staying the course when no one else sees the point. After retiring, Pratt remained an active voice in naval discourse. He wrote, advised, and lectured on military preparedness and the nature of sea power. His essays warned against complacency, urged vigilance, and most of all advocated for clarity. Clarity in purpose, clarity in funding, clarity in command. He died in 1957, just 2 years after the world saw the birth of the nuclear submarine and the Navy entered a new technological era. But his fingerprints were still there, on the doctrines, the policies, and the quiet decisions that made that leap possible. Today, Admiral Pratt's name is less remembered than his impact, but for those who study strategy, not just the clash of forces, but the management of them, he remains a masterclass in deliberate leadership. Because the Navy he handed over was not triumphant, but it was intact, and that, in the chaos of the 1930s, was victory enough.